Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Oh, there we are. I am one of your hosts, Derrick Geyer, and that is Mike Napoletano, and you're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410, WRMN. Happy Saturday morning to everyone out there that survived this past week. And I say survived because we had the Super Bowl. We had, oh my God, the Snowmageddon.
Yeah. A lot of shoveling.
And we also survived Valentine's Day.
Yeah, we did.
You know, okay, so out of the three things that we had this week, Mike, which did you survive the most?
That's a good question. Well, I mean, I will say, and this is probably bad to say as a sportscaster, but I didn't really care too much about the Super Bowl. I mean, going into it, everybody, of course, the talk was it was a repeat, and we've seen this one before, and we just hope that the Eagles win, right? Because the Chiefs have this dynasty going, and It took the Avengers twice to beat Thanos and all that kind of stuff. So I wasn't thrilled. I was happy for the Eagles.
Did you watch any of it?
I watched a good amount of it, I would say. Well, we were at a Super Bowl party, my mom and I, and then we left at around halftime, right after the Kendrick Lamar show, which I like Kendrick Lamar, and I think he did well for his songs. I just don't know if his songs are Super Bowl halftime show. Like they don't get you excited and out of your feet. He's a good artist. I like his work.
I could understand. Excuse me. I could understand that.
Yeah, and I really wish he would have done some of his older stuff, but sure. I heard this theory that he did more of his newer stuff because this is his current record that he signed with a new label or something like that. So he's going to get more money off of more streams off of this.
Sure.
Rather than playing something older that he only gets like 10% of, I guess was the numbers. So, I mean, there's a bunch of politics that go into it as far as the money and the numbers.
Then there was also a fair bit of politics that was going on during the halftime show performance.
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't mind it even. I mean, at the end of the day, he's an artist. I'm not going to take a history lesson or anything to heart, like what they say. I'm going to listen to their message for sure, and I'm sure they have something that they want to speak about and they're passionate about. Yeah,
and Sam Jackson playing Uncle Sam.
Yeah,
and the Sam. Yeah, I'm not really.
Well, I guess so. I had to look that one up too. I guess, Kendrick Lamar has this feud with Drake. And I guess that the Uncle Sam thing was Drake had a line in one of his diss tracks to Kendrick that said, "Bring out your uncle. I want to talk to the man of the house," or something like that. Because I guess Kendrick was raised by his uncle. I don't know all the history on that part, so don't quote me. But I guess
allegedly,
it was
supposedly.
funny. It was funny because the whole thing was going to be like USA themed, and so he brought out his uncle, who just happened to be Sam Jackson. So Uncle Sam.
Right. I
mean hey, if you get Nick Fury to come out and do part of your halftime show, I mean, that's a flex right there.
Yeah, and Nick Fury, not really Nick Fury.
Yeah, but, well, he didn't have the eye patch on.
Yeah, right.
So.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
you watched it, I watched it, 127.7 million viewers watched it. shattering the largest record for a Super Bowl and a single network telecast in television history, according to Nielsen.
I was going to ask if that was the highest rated Super Bowl.
But it's also,
But it was a blowout. It was such a. I mean,
yes, it was.
Sure, the good guys won, right? The Eagles won.
I didn't.
You wanted the Chiefs.
I wanted the Chiefs.
You wanted to see the three-peat.
Yes, I wanted to see. I wanted to see the Chiefs win. I wanted to see Kelsey get down on his knee, propose to Taylor Swift. I wanted to see Mahomes and Swift, raise the Super Bowl, the Lombardi Trophy. No, I mean, but I did also say that's who I wanted to win. Did I think they were going to win? No.
Oh, really?
I actually thought the Philadelphia Eagles were going to win. I just thought that they were a much more complete team.
I could see that, and that was kind of what was in my head because of the fact that I could see that this is a team that wanted a redemption story. They wanted to get back to the Super Bowl like they did 2 seasons ago, face Goliath, and finally get over that hump and beat them. Especially there were some controversial calls. There always are with the Chiefs, it seems, but there were some controversial calls the last time these two faced off in the Super Bowl. So.
Yeah, but it kind of went both ways this time.
Yeah. Actually, I think it went mostly the Eagles' way. I think the Chiefs didn't get some calls, which, I mean, I am all for fairness, and I want everything to be officiated to the best of its abilities. But there was a lot of makeup calls, and I'm not talking makeup calls within the game. I'm talking from the whole rest of the season, So
it was interesting to say the least.
A lot of that had to do with the referees being suspended that were on the majority of the Chiefs games earlier on in the season and in the playoffs. They took a look back at that Bills-Chiefs AFC Championship game, and I believe it was at least 2 of those referees on that officiating team that were suspended from doing the Super Bowl. So I don't know. Was something going on behind the scenes? Maybe a little Vegas action, or
kind of hard to say. What? Well,
it's all speculation. It's allegedly.
Thank you. Thank you for pulling that one down out of your hat. Yeah. So the Philadelphia Eagles topped the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. Jalen Hurts. He took home the MVP for that game, passing for 221 yards with a QB rating of 119.7, 2 TDs, 1 interception. Oh, yeah, and he also ran for 72 yards on 11 carries and also cashed in 1 tutty as well. So, yeah, I mean, Patty Mahomes, he didn't really do much, but, well, I mean, hell, he did pretty good, but, I mean, considering, didn't he have 3 TDs? Or I'm sorry,
eventually
3 interceptions.
3 interceptions is yeah.
I thought that he had 3 interceptions because I'm looking at the stats right here.
Cooper DeJean took that one back into the house.
That was a nice play off of a very unexpected rush where his guy got demolished right back into into Mahomes.
Yeah,
into Mahomes. But I mean. Yeah, so Patrick Mahomes, he passed for 257 yards. He only had a 95.4 QB rating, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He also led the Chiefs in rushing yards at 25 yards on 4 carries. That's a little that's rough when you only when your QB is the one that's getting you the most yards there.
He is not, for those of you that follow football but are here in Chicago and are Bears fans, he is not a rushing quarterback like Justin Fields. No. So when he's leading the team in rushing yards, I mean, Patrick Mahomes is no stranger to running the ball, but it's when it needs to be ran. He is first and foremost a passing quarterback, and nothing was working for this Chiefs team that day. I believe it was it 34-0, and then they finally scored.
Yeah, something like that.
The Chiefs finally scored.
I was actually, so I just wanted history to be made, right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, the Kansas City three-peat, and there has never been a shutout in a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, so you could have gotten it the other way, too.
I could have gotten it the other way. Heads I win, tails I win.
Right, yeah.
Either or.
So,
yeah.
But, I mean, like I said, I watched the majority of it. When we got back home, I turned on the fourth quarter just to kind of see what was going on. But at that point, I mean, before Kendrick Lamar even took the stage, I think everybody knew who was winning this game. And The crowd, of course, the Eagles fans are going crazy, both in Philadelphia and
without a doubt,
in the stadium. Everybody out in Philly, stay safe. I know the parade was yesterday, so things should be dying down now, but my goodness, I mean, Philly fans are psychotic. I mean,
and we'll be talking more about that when we come back from a brief timeout.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN. Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hi, everybody. This is Steve Thorne, running for re-election to the Elgin City Council. So many of you already know me, and you know that my many years of volunteer work and ongoing service are all about helping the residents of our great city, especially our seniors and military veterans. We certainly have had our challenges, past and present, but Elgin owns my heart, and it always has. We are a strong city, a safe city, a city of neighborhoods, a city where people feel the touch of community connection, and that's part of our greatest strength. We look out for one another here in Elgin, and as your city councilman, I pledge to look out for you. I've been endorsed by both the Elgin Police and Firefighters Unions. I'm respectfully asking for your vote to continue serving you on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
You are... I don't understand.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You know, I'm good. Apparently. You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer. AM 1410 WRMN. And you could also catch us on YouTube Live. Facebook.com/@WRMN Radio.
I am starting the Instagram Live now as well, so if you want to jump on that. But if you're already here, joined with us on the radio or on the YouTube, stick around because you'll hear all of our fancy bells and whistles because you're tuned into the show. The Instagram Live is just a phone that's hanging out here next to all my notes. And speaking of my notes, we got to jump into some important happenings in the AHL that were last week. Last week, the All-Star game for the AHL was underway. Now, we're going to get into the NHL's quote-unquote All-Star game. It's actually the Four Nations Face-Off. If you were a little confused on when the All-Star game for the NHL was happening this year, It's not. It's this Four Nations Face-Off instead. Last week, the Ice Hogs were in action.
Before we get to the Ice Hogs, I got to say, I was not expecting the Four Nations to be as physical as, hard-hitting and everything as it is.
A lot of people were saying that too, and they were because you're used to an all-star game around this time, especially something that's mid-season.
Right.
It's not the Olympics, but it is still players representing their countries, and I think they want to represent it to their utmost capabilities.
Boy, are they representing?
And they're not too shy with throwing the body around and making sure that they make the plays that get them the wins. But I do agree with some analysts that are saying these type of tournaments should happen in the offseason. Now, I understand some of these guys want their offseason, but if you look at NHLers today, they're training year-round. So it's not really anything different for them. Maybe you slot it right before a bunch of NHL training camps like they did with that World Cup of Hockey. I believe that was back in 2018, 2016, somewhere around there. And so, everybody was kind of ramping up for the season. And I'll tell you, another thing that does, and I think we've seen it in other sports, namely baseball, like we'll see it with the Cubs and the Dodgers.
Yeah, the World Cup.
When you get these teams having meaningful games before their spring training or their preseason even starts.
Absolutely.
The regular season hits the ground running.
Yeah.
So these players are warm and they're ready to go. So we'll see if they switch to something like that. But they have made the announcement that the Four Nations Face-Off is going to supplement when the Olympics don't happen every 2 years. So it'll be Olympics in 2026, then it'll be the Four Nations Face-Off in 2028, and then the Olympics in 2030.
Yeah.
So you get plenty of international hockey going on. But let's keep it at home. The Ice Hogs were at home against the Milwaukee Admirals on February 1st. That was a 5-4 win in the shootout. It's Andreas Athanasiou with the lone shootout goal. He also had one in the game itself.
Yeah, he hasn't been seen in a while.
Yeah, Athanasiou later. But then you get the All-Star Game festivities that happened that Sunday and Monday out in Thousand Palms, California. That's the Palm Desert, where the Coachella Valley Firebirds play. The All-Star Skills Competition was Sunday, February 2nd. That included puck control relay. In that one, you had Cole Gutman on the West team representing the Rockford Ice Hogs. You also had Ryan Suzuki in the first race representing your Chicago Wolves. And then they took home the win in that one as they won 3 of the 4 races. And then in the rapid fire competition, Cole Gutman represented for the western side. They scored 2 goals. He and Ty Mueller, not sure who Ty Mueller is from, but they also got... So this is rapid fire is kind of like you stand in front of the goaltender and it's kind of self-explanatory. You rapidly fire pucks at the goaltender. So the goalies are going to make a lot of saves in this one, but it was the East that came out on top. So the West didn't get the points in this one. We move along. I'm not really sure if I want to go through all of these. I'll just kind of let you know there was a pass and score event that Ryan Suzuki took a little bit of time in. Cole Gutman was in that one as well. There were 4 All-Stars representing the Wolves and the Ice Hogs. You had both Cole Gutman and Kevin Korchinski from the Rockford Ice Hogs, and then Scott Morrow and Ryan Suzuki of the Chicago Wolves. That all led into some of the All-Star festivities. Oh, sorry. There was also a breakaway relay. You've seen that done in the NHL All-Star games where, they take a puck, they go on a breakaway. That was cool.
Also known as a Chicago Blackhawks game.
Yeah. Breakaways against the Blackhawks are very common these days. Kevin Korchinski did not score in that one, but we're going to get to him in a moment because he had quite the actual All-Star tournament. You also
he had a great All-Star weekend.
You had Ryan Suzuki and Cole Gutman. Cole Gutman was your lone goal scorer for those representatives. I don't see Scott Morrow in a lot of these, which is interesting because he seems like the only one of those 4 representatives that I listed that didn't really take part in any of the skills competitions. But okay, to each their own. It was the East coming out on top, 19-13 after all the points were divided. So not a great showing for the West in there, but they saved that for the actual All-Star tournament itself. And I keep saying All-Star tournament because it is like the NHL where it is more of a tournament style. Before we get into that, the American Hockey League inducted former Grand Rapids Griffin star Michael Picard into the AHL Hall of Fame during the All-Star Classic presented by Spotlight 29 Casino. Let's get into...
Was he beamed up?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's Jean-Luc Picard. Never mind.
They also included Rene Drolet, Dunk Fisher, and Wolves and Ice Hogs goaltender Michael Layton. He played 15 seasons in the AHL during his professional career. That took him to 11 NHL organizations and 13 AHL cities. He was a 6th-round draft pick by the Chicago Blackhawks in 1999, if you remember the name. But his pro journey,
funny enough,
his pro journey began in Norfolk, Virginia. If you remember the name, it's probably because the Blackhawks faced Michael Layton in 2010.
Yeah.
He was a member of those Philadelphia Flyers that fell in the Cup Finals to the Chicago Blackhawks. But he made 5 appearances in the AHL All-Star games, and he won the alleged Baz Bostine Award as the league's outstanding goaltender with the Albany River Rats in 07-08. 507 regular season games in the AHL. That is a 250, 186, and 55 record all time. That's a 2.38 goals against average and a 916 save percentage. Holy moly, 50 shutouts in the AHL. You either have to be a great goalie or play a long time to make those numbers, and he was pretty much both. Layton posted a 1.6 goals against average and a 946 save percentage in 28 Calder Cup playoff appearances. 28 Calder Cup playoff appearances.
It's not bad.
Yeah, he owns the AHL record for saves in a single game with 98. 98 saves in a game. Of course, it was a 5 overtime game on April 24th, 2008. But can you imagine? I mean,
no.
5 periods aside, 98 pucks stopped.
Surprised that he was still standing after that.
That is insane.
Yeah.
But let's jump back into this tournament. It was the West and the East being broken up into divisions in this one. So you had the North Division, the Pacific Division, the Atlantic Division, and the Central Division. And the Rockford Ice Hogs...
1 minute remaining in the period.
...were in the West. And let's take a listen to what Kevin Korchinski did representing the Rockford Ice Hogs in the All-Star game before we go.
Kevin Korchinski. Rockford Ice Hogs, stick handling, and there's the reach. He got it to go.
Wow. That is something else there. That move for Kevin Korchinski, who spent almost all of last season with the Chicago Blackhawks. And what a move around Michael DiPietro, finishes on the back end.
All right, tell us about your first All-Star game. Yeah, it was fun. Just play hockey with the guys, enjoy each other's company, and it was a lot of fun. I had fun. MVP, unbelievable, huh? Yeah, it's cool. But it was just fun to play with the guys and everybody do their part. What about the last shootout shot? Talk about that. I don't know. I just kind of winged it. I didn't think I was going to shoot, so I just kind of winged it, and I'm happy it went in.
And that was courtesy of AHLTV.com and FlowHockey.com.
So Kevin Korchinski, your AHL All-Star Game MVP. He represented Chicago and Rockford well, and that was great. Maybe see him up on the Blackhawks pretty soon. 1 goal, 3 assists, and a shootout tally. So The kid was buzzing. We're going to get into some Blackhawks news next. And then at the top of the hour, we have the shy kid, Mike Hughes, joining us to talk some basketball and some baseball. He'll be on with us for about an hour.
Yeah.
And we got more hockey for you on the way.
I want to add a little something to that because, I feel that they didn't really do it justice when interviewing Kevin Korchinski. I mean, that was actually the Ice Hogs, but we'll get back into that. That's Mike Napoletano. I'm Derrick Geyer. This is AM 1410 WRMN on the Rise.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service. Better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
When it comes to real estate, you want the best. Choose RE/MAX, the #1 name in real estate. Located at 113 West Oak Knoll Drive in Hampshire, Illinois, RE/MAX leads the industry in brand awareness and provides comprehensive services, residential, commercial, leasing, and investment solutions, all tailored to your needs. With innovative marketing and cutting-edge tools, RE/MAX helps you find your dream property or sell faster. At RE/MAX, they take a client-centered approach, offering personalized strategies to achieve your real estate goals. Ready to get started? Call them today at 847-683-9200. That's 847-683-9200. Or visit their website at ildealmakers.com to begin your journey. RE/MAX Dealmakers, making real estate simple and successful.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/olderadults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Skoning, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all played, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today.
That's great.
Every time I hear them, I get excited about it.
I'm sure.
It's a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Are you looking for the perfect wedding planner? Or maybe you've always dreamed of hosting that unforgettable corporate event. At the Serendipity Collective, your dreams await. Located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, the Serendipity Collective specializes in both traditional and non-traditional weddings. They also offer event planning services for birthdays, bridal and baby showers, quinceañeras, corporate events, and more. From the moment you step into your attire for the first time to the tears of joy during speeches and dances, they're sure to make you savor every moment of your special day. At the Serendipity Collective, they love what they do and are passionate about helping you create memories that'll last a lifetime. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., or evenings and weekends by appointment, or call at 847-749-7848, or email at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. The Serendipity Collective, your dream wedding awaits.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. Got a sticky board over here. Can we hear Derrick?
What?
Oh, there it is. There it is. I got you. I got you. Yep.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah.
I swear I didn't spill anything.
It ain't
on this
you.
thing.
No. You're good. You're good. You're good.
You know, I mean, usually it is me. I'll be honest. I'll point. I'll do the whole thumb thing. Usually it is me. But you are listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer. I'm Derrick Geyer. He's Mike. This is AM 1410 WRMN.
If you're watching on the Instagram live stream that I got going on right now, head on over to the YouTube. That's WRMN's YouTube to get the live stream there. You'll hear all of our fancy clips, all the audio. And
YouTube.com/@WRMN Radio.
We will have a special guest on at the top of the hour, Mike Hughes, the Shy Kid. He'll be talking all things Chicago Sky. And I think we're going to get into some Cubs talk as well. So he knows his stuff. So that'll be exciting. Get on over there and check that out. He'll be joining us via Zoom, but you won't hear it on the Instagram stream, so you got to go over to the actual WRMN stream. This is just a way for me to tell you to go over there, I guess. So
yeah, you like telling people what to do.
Bringing the horse to water, make them drink.
Yeah. So before we went to break, we played that Kevin Korchinski highlight, right?
Yeah.
And at the very end, that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Rockford Ice Hog Twitter feed, that I got that from, right?
Yeah.
Interviewing Kevin Korchinski at the end of the game. Well, the reason why I took that as opposed to the actual interview at the end of the All-Star game where he's getting the MVP trophy, he's getting the accolades and everything. Sorry to say, AHLTV.com and FlowHockey.com, they did not have the audio broadcast for that. They had the video. So you pretty much had to be like a lip sync or a lip reader to actually understand or whatever was going on the ice as Korchinski's accepting the trophy for the MVP for the All-Star game. What should have been like a nice press thing for the AHL kind of turned into me bashing him right now.
Well, yeah, it's warranted, though. I think it has a lot to do. We're going to jump into some more of that criticism of the Blackhawks Connor Bedard in just a moment. But yeah, it's a mishap. It's a slip up, and I don't want to call it Bush League or anything. Yeah, it shouldn't happen, especially when you're interviewing the MVP. But congrats to Kevin Korchinski. I do hope we get a chance to see him up on the Chicago Blackhawks soon enough, maybe towards the end of this season.
At your freaking All-Star game.
Yeah.
It's the All-Star game.
But you know what? He showed out, and that was great.
Thank you for reeling me back in.
You're good. Hopefully, when the All-Star game comes to town next year, he will be up with Chicago, but maybe we'll see another Rockford Ice Hog taking home the MVP award. That's right, the 2026 AHL All-Star Classic presented by BMO will be at the BMO Center in Rockford, Illinois. That is February 10th and 11th of 2026. So I'm excited for that to come to town. I will have to see who's going with me. I got some friends over that go to some Rockford games, namely Cody, who took me a couple weeks ago. Shout out to Cody one more time. But shout out to Jake Radner, because he was in the chat a little minute ago, and he asked for a shout out, so I'll give it to him. But he's a Wolves season ticket holder, so maybe
are you easy?
Maybe we'll get into some Wolves talk here in just a second, because those two teams faced off, but before they did,
never mind a host sitting to your right, that might want to go to the AHL All-Star.
Oh yeah, Derrick's in the chat. He also wanted me to give him a shout out. I'm giving you a shout out. Hey Derrick, how you doing? Oh, he's over here.
What did I say last week? Bite me, Napoletano.
Oh, I was gonna buy a t-shirt. Never mind. I'll get that later. Anyways,
it's not sauce. It's gravy.
Yeah, you know. Don't you worry. I'm gonna wear that for you, sweetheart. It is Valentine's Day and all. Well, yesterday was, but
yeah, I say it with love. Bite me.
Last Friday, the Rockford Ice Hogs and Texas Stars faced off. Unfortunately, Texas took the win in that one. You did get goals from Andreas Athanasiou and 2 from Cole Gutman. That was all she wrote in that one. Rockford did take the second game of those 2 games in Texas. That was goals from Samuel Savoie, Joey Anderson, and Andreas Athanasiou again. He is on a roll. I believe after that was a 3-game goal streak. So, I mean, impressive if you don't count, of course, the All-Star break and everything. So I believe it was 3. So I don't think he scored a 4th. Nope, yeah, he did not. So 3-game goal streak for them. Unfortunately, Rockford falls in this one 4-3 to Texas. So they lose both down in Texas. I don't know if I misspoke there. They dropped both games. Tuesday, they hosted the Milwaukee Admirals. That was a 3-1 win for the Admirals, so not a whole lot going on for this Ice Hogs team in the win column. Artem Levshunov is your lone goal scorer in this one. And then last night, the Wolves took on the Ice Hogs. So we had a little bit of head-to-head here, as we like to cover our two teams here on the Rise. This game last night, of course, it was Valentine's Day, but there was no love between these two teams in this rivalry. And Rockford finally got to respond to the Wolves winning all of those head-to-head games with a dominant 6-3 victory. They came out and scored 3 in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the third. They did give up 2 in the third to the Chicago Wolves as well, but they already had a commanding 4-1 lead after 2 periods. Those were goals from Marcel, Andreas Athanasiou, so he only missed 1 game of scoring and got right back to it. Zach Sanford, Joey Anderson, and another one from Marcel, he pockets 2. The last goal scorer for them was Jackson Cates. On the Wolves side of things, you had goals from Scott Brindamore, Bradley Nadeau, and Scott Morrow. So one of your all-stars factoring into this game in the scoring. Bradley Nadeau, a high Hurricanes pick, and Scott Brindamore, the son of Hurricanes head coach Rob Brindamore. Skylar Brindamore. I always forget the S's for Skylar. But, 42 games played thus far with the Wolves, 8 goals, 5 assists. That's 13 points. He's got 24 penalty minutes, so a good showing from him. But the Wolves, they finally fall to the Ice Hogs again. We've seen a lot of Wolves wins thus far, but finally the Ice Hogs are able to respond. Hopefully they respond tonight against the Springfield Thunderbirds, as the Ice Hogs are at home in the BMO Center. This will be Brian Bickle Ring of Honor induction night. So
Bixie,
get there early. You get to see a Stanley Cup champion get honored by his AHL team. That is at 7 p.m. And then Rockford will be in Iowa on Monday night. That's President's Day, 7 p.m. And then they will host Iowa on Friday. That is $2 beer and soft drinks night presented by LaMonica Beverages. And then next Saturday, after another edition of On the Rise here at 7 p.m., that will be the Ice Hogs taking on the Lehigh Valley Phantoms. That's the Philadelphia Flyers farm team. I almost said Phillies or Eagles, but no, the Flyers AHL affiliate at 7 p.m. It's an Ice Hogs lunch bag giveaway presented by Pepsi, so get there early. You can find all of these games on Flow Hockey or AHL TV. Now, the Wolves had a couple of games this week as well. They shut out the Manitoba Moose on Star Wars night. That was a 6-0 dominant win. You had 2 goals from Bradley Nadeau. You had 2 goals from Panwar, and then Austin Wagner added 1. Noel Gunler had a goal as well. So a dominant 6-0 final score. 3 goals in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third. And then the Wolves took that winning into a tough match with the Bakersfield Condors, that is Edmonton's AHL affiliate. That was last Friday. That was a 4-3 overtime victory. You had goals from Nadeau, Ungersorum, Smith, and Fensore had the OT winner. You also had Drake Kajula scoring for the Bakersfield Condors. If Blackhawks fans remember that name, he was a Blackhawk for a number of years there. He scored in the second of these 2 meetings with Bakersfield last Saturday. Bakersfield got the better of Chicago in this game with a 4-0 shutout. And then that leads us to last night's game that we already recapped with the Wolves and the Ice Hogs. So coming up for the Wolves tonight at 7 p.m., they are at home in the Allstate Arena. That is Hawaiian shirt giveaway night, adopt a dog night, and there's a post-game skate. So a lot going on at the Allstate tonight. Cleveland will be in town. That's the Cleveland Monsters. They are the Columbus Blue Jackets affiliate. And then Sunday at 3 p.m., Chicago hosts Cleveland again. That is another family Sunday presented by Scott Credit Union. Thursday, the Wolves will host Milwaukee at 11 a.m. And then next Saturday, after another whole River Media Network sports Saturday morning of sports, you'll get Chicago and Iowa at 7 p.m. It's kind of weird. After Rockford hosts Iowa the previous night, so Iowa stays basically in the same state, in town, if you want to call it, for 2 nights, and then that's the second half of a back-to-back in which they play the Wolves. That is Faith and Fellowship night, and you can catch all of these games on AHL TV or Flow Hockey.
Wow. And when we come back from our short little break here, we're going to get into a little harsh criticism about the Chicago Blackhawks, Mike.
Still, it's unbelievable.
I don't understand, but you are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN.
To furnish your space without breaking the bank or the planet? Remix Market is your destination for high-quality pre-loved furniture, home decor, and more. Each purchase helps us rehome items and keep them out of landfills. From statement pieces to everyday essentials, you'll find it all at Remix Market. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and shop secondhand treasures today.
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Attention brides and grooms-to-be. Your dream wedding starts here. Join the Serendipity Collective, located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, for 2 incredible wedding expos, packed with inspiration, top vendors, and everything you need to plan your perfect day. First, on February 23rd, it's the Love is in the Air Wedding Expo at 1100 American Lane in Schaumburg from 12 to 4 p.m. This free event will connect you with the best in the biz. Discover everything from desserts to decor, and it's open to the public. Then on March 16th, don't miss the Lucky in Love Wedding Expo, located at Camp Big Timber at 37W 955 Big Timber Road in Elgin. Same time, same deal from 12 to 4, and it's for free. Email them at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. Don't forget, you can RSVP on their website or Eventbrite. That's the Serendipity Collective. Get ready to make your wedding day dreams come true.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
My name is Maggie Geyer, and I'm running for Elgin City Council. I am someone who spent a career in healthcare, helping patients find solutions to their problems. And now I want to help Elgin find common sense solutions to the issues facing our city. I'm an active volunteer and a concerned resident for over 30 years. I love Elgin, and that's why I'm running for office. I'm respectfully asking for your vote, and I promise to serve you and be your voice for the community on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Citizens for Maggie.
And welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. And as I teased before the break, we're going to listen to a little bit of sound from the four-letter network.
So many little details to his game that he's lacking right now that, yes, he might put up 30, 35 goals a season and get his 50, 55 assists. They're going to continue to lose hockey games if that's how he's playing. That is pond hockey.
That was Paul Bissonnette.
Some of these critiques are fair. You want to build good habits. You want to play clean, efficient hockey. But you got a 19-year-old kid that's trying to carry a franchise because they stink. You and I have both said he's not a center. You need him to be Patrick Kane. Then let him be that. He had Johnny Taves as a center. Right. Do you remember what Johnny Taves did at the dot? Dominant at the dot. You know what this kid is at the dot?
Very good overall.
34%.
Oh, no.
Quit playing him out of position.
After Bissonnette went off a little bit, Lundqvist was saying their mindset a lot of nights is, what can I do to look good? How can I score? How creative can I be? When you're on a team that's so bad and there's no common goal to make the playoffs, guys are kind of doing their own thing.
It's individuals, culture. The Blackhawks organization make the White Sox look competent.
Okay, that was Carmen and Yurko on ESPN.
Yeah, ESPN 1000 credited with that clip, and I know here at WRMN we are partnered with ESPN 1000. We are one of the homes of the Chicago White Sox games this summer. Will be broadcasted here on WRMN with our partnership with ESPN 1000. All credit to everything that those guys do.
Been doing it a lot longer than we have.
But don't talk hockey unless you've done the research. There was so much wrong with what they just said there, and I'm going to go after it. I'm going to call a spade here, and I'm going to go after what they said here. First off, Connor Bedard is incompetent at the dot. He's 35%. His last 5 games, the lowest he's been is 42.9%. 42.9, 63.6%, 61.5%, 50%, and 50%. Now, those are not as consistent as you'd like them. This is a sophomore player. We talked about it last year. You can't expect him to have Jonathan Toews-style numbers and be dominant at the dot like that. But that 35% was a couple months ago. Yeah. You're not taking current information and bringing it to light out on the air. And when you're on such a big platform like that, you need to have your facts down. You're bringing up that stat within a period in time in which Connor Bedard has been much better at the dot. Another thing, too, rebuild. Now, we talked about all of the criticisms that Paul Bissonnette and Mark Messier had for Connor Bedard last year, and you heard some of what Paul Bissonnette said in the beginning of that clip. And Carmen and Yurko are right. We said the same thing. A lot of those criticisms are valid. They're warranted for Connor Bedard. But you can't go and say that, every player in that room is not playing under a common goal, is what they were going on and saying.
Yeah, sure.
That's not hockey. If you watch hockey, you can't have the kid who thinks he's Patrick Kane out in the corner or thinks he's LeBron James doing his own thing. Look at. Ooh,
you're on it. Settle down there.
Yeah. Look at Taylor Hall. Did Taylor Hall not play a team game because he wanted to get traded? No. Taylor Hall played a team game to make himself look better, you're still a part of the team. You're still all working toward a common goal.
Yeah.
Individually, are you looking at, maybe getting a trade and maybe going to a contender at the deadline?
Well, that's how you get a trade.
Yeah, absolutely.
You play the team game. You do what is required because no one's going to take you if you're not playing a team game.
But you can't, exactly. You can't be that 5-year-old in the corner that doesn't want to pass the puck because mommy and daddy told him that he's the best hockey player he's ever seen. Just look at this example. Tyler Johnson. Last year, the Blackhawks had Tyler Johnson. All he wanted was out and to go to another contender like he was when he was with the Tampa Bay Lightning. He was, sorry to say, he became a selfish hockey player. You rarely ever saw or heard from him. Sometimes he'd be on the stat sheet. You didn't even know he was out there on the ice that night. The Blackhawks healthy scratched him on the worst team. The Blackhawks were the worst team in the league, and he was a healthy scratch. Now, Lucas Reichel and Philip Kurashev have been healthy scratches this year, but that's different. They're young guys.
Messages being sent.
They've never been a playoff MVP or a Stanley Cup winner. Look at Tyler Johnson, Stanley Cup winner, MVP. Now where's Tyler Johnson? He had to sign a PTO, a paid player tryout with the Boston Bruins, who are a dumpster fire this year. No love lost for the Boston Bruins here in Chicago. Just for him to then get cut 9 games into the season. Nobody wants this guy because he plays selfish hockey. So when you're going to go on a radio station and tell me that none of these guys are working towards the same goal and they're all selfish and they don't all have a common goal, you don't know hockey. You cannot do that. This is not the NBA. And I'm not saying NBA players are selfish, but in the NBA, you can build super teams. And we just saw Zach LaVine go out and be consistent with his own points each night and have the Bulls not win games, and he got rewarded. He got sent off to, well, I don't know if it's much of a reward, off to Sacramento, but, you know, he got the trade. He got out of Chicago, which is, I think, ultimately what a lot of these veteran players wanted to do. That's not going to be the case for these Blackhawks players. That's unbelievable.
Oh, I mean, you were on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt, and you're like looking at me. Okay, I'm done now. I mean, wow.
Again, rebuild.
No!
Rebuild.
Yeah, yes, this is a rebuild, but I want to kind of go back to the whole Mark Messier thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, can I?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Mark Messier was a rookie, who did he have on his team? He had
5 All-Stars.
5 All-Stars. And the great one.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of them was named Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, the greatest hockey player of all time.
Even when Sidney Crosby jumped in the league, he had Jaromir Jagr or he had Mario Lemieux. I mean, we're talking Connor Bedard, who has nobody on this team. And that's what Carmen and Yurko said as well, so they were right about that. But those nobodies aren't working towards an uncommon goal. Yeah. They're working towards a common goal. It's just, and I'm not trying to sit here and call players on the team nobodies, but let's be honest, there's not a whole lot of Stanley Cup winners on this team. You had Pat Maroon, who's a 3-time back-to-back Stanley Cup winner, and he wasn't that star player on those Stanley Cup teams. He was a little bit of an enforcer. He's there for a veteran presence. Yeah. He's doing his job. Even Nick Foligno doing his job. I mean, you can't ask for much more of these guys or for them to play roles that they're not used to playing. Connor Bedard is that flashy superstar goal scorer playmaker that in his sophomore year is doing basically what you've asked him to do. He was posting similar numbers to Crosby at the start of the season, especially at the faceoff dot. That was that 35%. And yes, there was cause for concern, and maybe you want to put him on the wing, right?
Well,
however,
and not only that, I mean, you're talking about, you know, scoring 22 points in 23 games.
Yeah, and Crosby was like I said, posting similar faceoff numbers in his sophomore year. So, I mean, look at what Crosby's doing now, and that's a good transition over into the Four Nations face-off.
Well, hold on a second, because, you know, since you got it off, I'm going to get this off, because, you know, remember this guy named Patrick Kane?
Yeah.
Okay. He's got a better points per game average in his first 2 seasons than Patrick Kane does.
And Patrick Kane had who? Jonathan Toews?
Right.
Brent Seabrook, Duncan Keith, Nicholas Hjalmarsson, Patrick Sharp, eventually Marian Hossa, I mean, Dave Bolin.
Yeah. So, and who?
Dustin Byfuglien.
The only guy that maybe Bedard has is
Ryan Donato.
Okay, I'll go with him. Who's the guy that is
Frank
playing
Nazar?
for Finland right now?
Oh, Teuvo Teravainen.
Right.
Yeah.
Teuvo Teravainen. That's what you got right now.
Yeah. All right, well, you see me wearing this USA jersey. You see Derrick wearing this USA jersey. We're running out of time here in this hockey segment, but it is the biggest talk of the week other than the Super Bowl and all the snow we got here in Chicago. So we are going to talk Four Nations face-off. It's just we're going to be talking about it with Mike Hughes now in our final segment. So stick with us. But
we got 2 segments left.
We're going to transition out of hockey for this next segment. We're going to go straight into basketball, talk a little bit about the Chicago Sky, maybe some Chicago Bulls, maybe some Windy City Bulls if we really want to go that far. But you heard me mention Crosby. He scored the golden goal in 2010. He's still doing amazing things right now, so we cannot leave that off the table. Big game between the USA and Canada tonight. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make, not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. Another week here and another exclusive On the Rise interview. This time we have a gentleman who is social media famous for his sports content that he brings to the entire city of Chicago. He has the pleasure of talking to various different baseball players, and in his time broadcasting up-and-coming players. One of those names is, I don't know if you've heard of him, but he goes by the name of Paul Skeens. This man has also been covering the Chicago Sky since day one. Please welcome to the show the Shy Kid, a.k.a. Mike Hughes. We're piping your audio up in just a moment here. I believe it should be the computer audio.
My bad.
Okay, no, we got you. We got you.
Okay.
There we go.
It wasn't my fault.
Oh, that was you.
It wasn't my fault. I'm like Chief Shiatsu Bricks.
Is yours? No, now it is. No, it's still the board's fault. Were you able to hear him? I don't know if
I could hear. It was my famous mute button that I've been dealing with for the last 3 years.
Oh, okay. Got you. Well, the Sky have made some major moves during the offseason, the first of which was bringing in new head coach Tyler Marsh and parting ways with Teresa Weatherspoon. Now, there was a lot of frustration specifically from Chicago Sky star Angel Reese. What do you make of this change, and was it necessary? Do you think it will help or hurt the chemistry, especially the team morale with Angel Reese?
I think Angel's a professional first and foremost. You know, working with her over the last year, she's done an amazing job at just handling everything, things that I don't even think I could handle as a 25-year-old, you know, like with social media and just the comment section and everything that comes with that. But from a coaching perspective, I think it hurt. But I also think she understands the bigger picture of things. Like, this is Tyler Marsh, a multiple-time WNBA champion who has worked with Asia Wilson and other MVPs in this league and some of the better bigs in this league. So not only for Angel, but for Camilla as well. I think this is going to be huge for them, and what he's going to be able to bring is a different energy and a different style than Teresa Weatherspoon, who obviously, you know, an absolute dog in her time in the W and what she was able to do for the Liberty. But, you know, that defense first, you know, guard heavy rotation might look a lot different this year. And I'm curious to see how they might go about that. I don't think Angel takes that into this season whatsoever. Like I said, I think she's a professional. I think at first it definitely hurt, and you might still feel some type of way about it, but I don't think that would carry on into, you know, Tyler's era.
Gotcha. You mentioned the New York Liberty. Another major offseason move was the Sky bringing in a former champion guard, Courtney Vandersloot, who, of course, just won another ring with the New York Liberty, but her minutes seem to have fallen off a cliff in that WNBA Finals this year. Doesn't kind of look like the run that she had here in Chicago. This is still a major addition to the Sky, though, right?
I mean, it's great for me and like OG Sky fans. You know, I think, you know, for a lot of people, they're expecting the bigger moves. I know in Indiana right now, they've been going pretty crazy, adding some big names. Obviously, the Sparks brought in Kelsey. Somehow, the Aces ended up with Jewel Lloyd. You know, but I think for me, bringing back Sloot brings a lot for a young guard room. You know, we got the number 3 overall pick this year, and whether that's Olivia or that's somebody else, I imagine they're going to go at the guard position. So to have the point guard of the WNBA kind of be able to be in that room with her, whoever they draft, is going to be really interesting to me. And I think the thing with Sloot, and that not a lot of people realize, it's not an excuse whatsoever. It's not me trying to say this is why she didn't play. I can't speak to that, but I do know she had a family emergency over the 2024 season, and she did miss quite a bit of time, where Sabrina Ionescu was even playing at the 1 for a while. I don't know if that played a huge role into it, but I know it was a tough year for her, both injuries and just personal life. So, you know, regardless, you know, she won another ring, so she's got 2 times more rings than she did when she left. So I'm excited for her to come back. Maybe we get one more before she calls it quits.
Is there anyone? Hey Mike, this is Derrick. Is there anyone in the upcoming draft that am I not?
No.
He can hear you. I can hear you now. Okay.
No, like
I didn't know if our viewers were able to hear you, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, geez, thank you for working top notch. Mike, sorry about that. So the Chicago Sky, they have the 3rd overall pick in the upcoming draft. They also have the 10th overall draft pick this year. Yeah. So 3rd and 10th. So what do you think going forward, they're going to do with it? Is there a Caitlin Clark in this year's upcoming draft?
I mean, is there a Caitlin Clark? I
know she's a unicorn. She's a 101.
Generational talent, yeah.
I think she is, but I think you're going to start to see a lot more of those coming out. Not that we didn't before, but just from a consistent basis, year in and year out. Like Paige Beckers, we talk about Caitlin Clark. Paige Beckers was Caitlin Clark before Caitlin Clark. And I think a lot of people don't realize that because of the knee injury she suffered and missing, the 2022 or 2023 season. But Paige is one of them ones. And obviously she's not going to end up in a Sky uniform. If somehow, some way that were to happen, I'd go insane. I don't even know if I would be able to conduct myself for like 3 days. But, I think for me, Olivia Miles is kind of what fits the Chicago Sky right now. Now that number 10 pick is interesting because this time last year I was saying, we had 3 and 7 or 8, and it was like, we got to go Camilla at 3, and then we're definitely going Angel Reese if she's available. Everybody said I was crazy for saying that, but it ended up working out. Now this year with number 10, I'd kind of rather you flip it, and we had the same conversation about the Bears last year where it's like you have number 1 and then you have number 9. I don't know what you really want to do there. You could move it for more veterans because I still believe this team needs a few more championship caliber players. We just saw DeWanna Bonner go with Caitlin Clark, which I think is going to be great for her. This team is still very young. So do you want a team all full of year 2, year 3 guys, and then Elizabeth Williams and Bynum and them? But I think Olivia Miles is one of those ones, but to answer your question, the Caitlin Clark effect kind of conversation, it's Paige Beckers without a doubt.
Okay. Is that who are we looking at for number 3 though, specifically for the Sky? You think I don't know. Do you think she's going to fall to 3 or?
No, not a shooter's chance. I think Olivia Miles is the one for me where there's a possibility. I think 3 guards could be taken in the first 3 picks. That's really where I'm at with it. So what rotation that'll be in is kind of just through preference and what organizations want. If I had to pick today, anybody not Paige Beckers, I'm taking Olivia Miles. I think she's an absolute phenom, and what she's going to be able to do alongside of Courtney Vandersloot and to kind of just be a sponge all year, which is, I love asking them every year, like, who are you looking forward to be a sponge every year? I think she would love to work with Sloot. So I think that's for me where I think that's a great pick.
All right. You are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN, and you're listening to the voice of Mike Hughes.
Another trade that went down within the past 2 weeks for the Sky was the Allen for Allen move with the Connecticut Sun. Sky acquired guard Rebecca Allen in exchange for guard Lindsay Allen, of no relation, but as well as the executive negotiating rights of Minnesota center Nikolina Milic, so that she went to Connecticut as well. The Sky also signed guard Kaya Nurse, I believe it is. Yeah. Connecticut likes this deal because Lindsay Allen and Milic, they played together on Minnesota in 2022 and 2023. So a couple more transactions there. But I wanted to ask you, Angel Reese now has released a meal at McDonald's. She's the first female athlete to do so. She is also on the boxes of Reese's Puffs that you see at Jewel and in the different, I guess it would be, I want to say convenience store. The word escapes me. Grocery stores these days around the country, I guess even. You know Angel pretty well from all the interviews. What have these basketball endorsements really done for her, the Sky, and women's basketball? Is she really how the media portrays her, as kind of the villain to Caitlin Clark's hero?
I think starting off with that first one, and of course I'm biased being in the room every single day, but Angel is the greatest person I've worked with, and I have not had one single bad thing to say about her ever. I have sat in rooms where Angel will give you a 2-minute answer, and I'll see somebody in the media clip 3 seconds of that and kind of just spin it to whatever narrative they want to see. I see other guys who just make content about her just to simply get clicks because they know it works. So, hey, and everybody does their thing. I cover everybody else for a living. So, like, obviously I do the same thing, but I'm a big believer in telling the right story. And, that even comes with sometimes you have to be honest about people not being good humans. I'm not going to.
Yeah, Mike.
You know what I mean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If we were talking about the Reinsdorfs or something, I think I'd have a different conversation. But Angel has just been a class act from day one, and every single experience with her I've had has just been an absolute blessing. As far as what she's been able to do, I mean, the WNBA salary is compared to the NBA is horrible. And obviously there's so many levels to that, to why that is. And, I can't just blame the commissioner of the WNBA to why that happens the way it happens. It's just the revenue's not there is where they want it yet. But it's coming. And you could see that through the stadium sellouts of Angel or Cameron Brink or Caitlin Clark or all these different young rookies in this new class as well. Even when, we saw Juju Watkins the other day go absolutely bananas, which was incredible. So to see how it's slowly coming together, they're making what, $60,000, $70,000 as rookies, but they have millions of dollar endorsement deals. Like, this is huge for young women in sports, whether that's high school, collegiate, JUCO, overseas, whatever. It's a total game changer, and I think some people are having a hard time getting used to that. But I would say, you better get used to that, because I don't think it's ever going back to it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We are currently talking with Mike Hughes, and you are listening to AM 1410 WRMN on the Rise. We will be back in a few moments.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. You were listening to On the Rise. Just before the break, we had one more Sky question that I wanted to run by our guest here, Mike Hughes. You mentioned Jerry Reinsdorf, and of course, another team that fell short of the playoffs last year was the Chicago Sky. They were holding on to one of those final playoff spots, and everything had to go wrong for them to drop out of contention. Well, everything did go wrong. Injuries led to losses. Next thing you know, their season's cut short. The regular season ends, and they were no longer looking at the postseason. How do you see things going differently with all of those moves that we talked about with the Chicago Sky team this year?
Man, I think, a lot of things still need to go in your favor. And that's not just for the Sky. I think that's just in this league. This is a defensive heavy league, and I think everybody kind of needs to be on their toes. I think for me, the big thing for the Sky is how young they are. Whoever this number 3 overall pick is, you still have Angel and Camilla going into year 2, but I think that's going to be one of the more important factors. I've been watching Camilla all offseason play overseas, which is crazy because it's my offseason, but she's still working in China right now doing her thing, averaging a double-double, like 20 and 10 or something. She's been incredible. So I'm just really looking forward to see her kind of become that face of the offense, and obviously Angel Reese, co-starring that as well, interchanging that depending on the day. I could see Angel taking over one day and then Camilla taking over the other, but they also have some solid three-point shooting now, and I think that was a big part of it, where over the last couple of years the Sky were kind of playing a 90s style of basketball where it was, it's a lot of points in the paint. And I think for me, them having more shooters around Camilla and Angel is where they're really going to thrive. And obviously Sloot coming back, it's the only champion in Chicago Sky history at the point guard position. So, who's better to mentor a young whoever it is, whether it's Olivia Miles or not, and the rest of this roster. So I think for me, it's just going to come down to development and them continuing to get better. Now, playoffs are going to be a lot tougher because a lot of people made moves this year, and health is always going to be a big part of it as well. But at this point in time, I think if they run it through Camilla and kind of just let her take over from that offensive standpoint, I think you could really see her become an MVP candidate very quickly.
It's the board. It's not you. Technical difficulties on the mute button for Derrick. It's getting stuck. Sonar, we need a new board. Nope, you're still stuck. Nope. Well, let me take over while there's technical difficulties. I think we lost Derrick over here. But we'll get into more Sky talk in the future with you as the season is approaching. I believe it starts up right after the NBA season ends so that they're not kind of competing. And then, of course, you mentioned something in there about players playing overseas. Of course, we'll be talking to you when these players are playing in another international tournament. Again, we saw the Olympics this past summer. So just
Four Nations going on.
Oh, there we go. We got Derrick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do have one question before we get off the Sky topic.
Yeah.
So the Sky won the championship, a few years ago.
2021, yeah.
2021. And after that, it seemed like a lot of the players and the organizations, shifted ways.
Yeah.
Now, has the organization gotten better as far as doing the things that are necessary in order to appease the players, to keep the players happy, to, basically just make it like one big, kumbaya team, if you will?
Yeah, I've definitely seen strides of not only the Sky organization, but the rest of the league kind of catch up with the Phoenix Mercury and even the Golden State Valkyries, who they haven't even played a official game in the W yet, and they have an entire facility. From what I understand, I don't want to get it wrong. Don't quote me on this one, but they do have a practice facility being built as we speak.
Okay.
It should be done, from what I understand, 2026. I think I could be wrong on that. I know it's within the next couple of years, but that's everything. That's everything for the Sky org, where it's like, I think for me, where a lot of people don't understand why certain players are kind of all going to the same teams, is because of those kind of situations. The Las Vegas Aces having a practice facility, everybody having their own equipment room. I think
it matters. I mean, it absolutely matters.
Yeah, it matters a lot. I'll tell you firsthand, it feels some type of way, and I understand it from history's past, just because financially it didn't make sense. But I think, when you're playing a professional WNBA game in a DePaul boys men's locker room, it just doesn't, it doesn't feel professional. It doesn't. So the fact that they're building this practice facility, that's everything. And that wasn't just for the Sky. That's the majority of WNBA teams don't have their own practice facility. So the fact that we're seeing those strides, obviously Dwayne Wade is a part of the organization now as well as co-owner. It's really cool to kind of see the entire league catching up with the times of the rest of professional sports.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely cool to see them get their flowers, and to re-sign eventually a player like Angel Reese or Camila Cardoso. You're definitely gonna have to convince them that they want to be here, and I think that is one of the biggest steps in doing that.
Yeah, they talk about Chicago being a draw in and of itself for a lot of these teams, but we've seen how Chicago sports go lately, and I don't know if the city is enough to bring players here anymore. You got to have some kind of winning culture. I did see what you were saying about them possibly building a training facility, so that is great to expand their game and expand the brand here in Chicago. I wanted to switch gears quickly because you and I both went to a Bulls game this past week. I don't even really want to talk about the one I went to because the Bulls were down 42 at the half to a middle of the pack Detroit Pistons team. They lost that one 132-92. They lost the next night to the Pistons 128-110, meaning that they lost the regular season series against Detroit 3-1. They gave up 499 points in those 4 games while only scoring 443. We have some all-star festivities to get to in a little bit. We might get to that just briefly in the next segment, but I wanted to ask you got a chance to see Jimmy Butler come back to Chicago as a Golden State Warrior last Saturday, and of course they beat the Bulls 132-111. What was that game like?
Oh, I mean, dude, first it just hurt my wallet because it just reminded me I have another Jimmy Butler jersey to buy. I have everyone from Marquette all the way to Miami, and it was special to see his first game as a Warrior. And I didn't know until he posted it on social media a few days later that it was 1 year since his father had passed away. That's why he had Jimmy Butler III on the back of his jersey instead of just Butler. And to have your first game on that day be the team that drafted you, I thought it was really special. And just to see him body the Bulls without Zach LaVine being there, without Lauri Markkanen and Chris Dunn, like all those guys we traded for are gone, and Jimmy's out here, 2 finals later. I think I'll be honest too, 2 finals appearances, lost both of them, but whatever, still better than what we got going on. And then Curry, just seeing Curry was dope too. It's always like I feel like I go to Bulls games nowadays just to see other players. Like yeah. I did debate going to the Pistons game because I was like, Cade Cunningham,
right?
But I couldn't sell myself on buying a Chicago versus Detroit ticket. I just couldn't do it.
We were gifted the tickets, so thank you to my buddy Matt and Austin for those. You talked about Jimmy Butler III on that Saturday. He had 25 points, 4 assists, and 2 rebounds against this Bulls team. It was Stephen Curry, though, as you mentioned, with 34 points leading the way. I don't think there was any question that the Warriors were going to win that one. The Bulls have some all-star festivities coming up. One Bull does. That is Matas Buzelis, who will be in the NBA dunk contest tonight. So we're going to get into that after the break. We're going to stick on with our guest, Mike Hughes, the shy kid. That's C-H-I. He's not shy. He's very outgoing. But We're going to jump into that right after these messages. And then at the top of the hour, it'll be The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. We will talk to you AM 1410 on the Rise.
WRMN.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise with myself, Mike Napoletano, and co-host Derrick Geyer, as well as our guest joining us, the Shy Kid on Instagram and I believe on TikTok as well, Mike Hughes. Welcome back in. He is going to be basically our WNBA correspondent here at On the Rise. We're going to get all of our information from him So Derrick's this board. So I don't know, man. This button's not working too well. We need a new board. We need a whole new board, not just the button replaced. We need a whole new board. But so do the Bulls, because they only are sending one All-Star to the festivities this weekend that began last night. You had the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game Friday night last night, and then you had the HBCU Classic. That was last night, but going into tonight, February 15th, it will be the Kia Skills Challenge, the Starry three-point contest, and the AT&T Slam Dunk competition. You have one lone Chicago Bull representing in this one, and that is the rookie Matas Bazelis jumping in order to join that one. You switching over to mic number 2 over here?
I'm trying to.
You're going to have to.
Is this a little bit better?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah.
As I'm like out of the screen and all that stuff, and I don't understand like what's going on.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So yeah, it'll be good to see Matas in this. This will be great. I don't know, what were your thoughts, Mike, on there's really nothing else to get excited about for this Bulls team, as you and I both saw live this last week.
Yeah, I mean, and we're on the radio, so I have to control my own self on the language side of things. But the Matas stuff just pisses me off, because it's like, for me, I don't understand why the kid hasn't been playing the majority of this season. Zach LaVine gets traded, he goes 10 for 10 and has 20+ points in his first start in the NBA, and then gets 19 minutes then 2 games later. And Kevin Huerter, who just got here, is getting 25 minutes. Patrick Williams, who gets 10 million per point he averages, is going to be getting 25 minutes still. Like, it doesn't make sense to what the Bulls are doing right now. But I'm happy he's there. I'm happy he gets a taste of what it looks like to be around professionals. Not that the players aren't that, but I think the entire organization from top to bottom is just completely awful. Like, there's no way around it at this point. I did see Matas as kind of a fill-in for the All-Stars Futures games. Now, I did see what he did last night. I don't know if you guys saw. I don't even know what it's called. Like, it was a not even. He just threw the ball over his head and passed the ball. It was a great play. I'm excited for him in the dunk contest, though. I think he's gonna pull out something cool.
That'll be exciting to see. Yeah, you mentioned we've been talking about it for a while here on the show and covering Bulls and Windy City Bulls, how he's been getting sent down, or when he does come up, he's only getting like 12 minutes a night. It's like, if you're going to go all in, even Kendall Gill was saying this about him as well, give the kid playing time, give the kid a little bit more time out there. We're also going to get a chance to see a couple of Windy City Bulls in the NBA G League Up Next game presented by AT&T. That is tomorrow, Sunday, February 6th. That is Adama Sanogo, and also a name that was thrown in there, Jahlil Okafor from the Indiana Mad Ants. It's interesting to see him in the G League these days, I guess, but I'm at least excited for Sanogo to see another Bull, Windy City Bull, represented in there. But you mentioned this chaos of an organization, and we played the clip from Billy Donovan last week saying that he doesn't think anybody in this organization knows the direction and the route that they're taking with this Bulls team. Yeah, not what you want to hear from your head coach at all. So,
for sure.
Then there's a new format for this NBA All-Star game. It'll be 4 teams. 4, can't count. 4 teams, 3 games each. Each team will have 8 players and be named for a TNT NBA analyst. The 24 NBA All-Star selections will be divided evenly into 3 teams, with the rosters drafted by TNT's Inside the NBA commentators and honorary team general managers Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kenny Smith. The 3 analysts will make their respective picks for each team, for Team Chuck, Team Shaq, and Team Kenny live on TNT during the All-Star Draft. That happened already. I didn't look at the dates here. That was Thursday, February 6th, so you should have your rosters out there. I don't have them in front of me right now. The 4th team will be the winning team from the championship game of the Castrol Rising Stars, the annual showcase of top first and second year NBA players, and the NBA G League standouts, which was played last night. And WNBA legend Candace Parker will serve as the honorary GM of the Rising Stars champions known as Team Candace. So I think that was what you were kind of alluding to with Matas being a stand-in for that one. What are your thoughts, especially WNBA getting a little bit of love in this one?
Oh, I love it. I'm really upset the Sabrina and Curry thing didn't work out again. But I am hoping that, with Caitlin Clark kind of changing the narrative with the WNBA, maybe Curry is at the WNBA All-Star game one day. I mean, maybe that's a conversation we're having, but as far as the NBA All-Star weekend goes, it sounds rude. I just don't care anymore. I really don't care how many times you change it up. I don't care how many different formats they make. The reality is these guys just view it as a vacation. They don't care about the competitiveness, from what I could tell. Maybe some do, but when we're talking about the LeBrons, let me tell you about somebody who has just taken my money the last 3-4 years. Luka Doncic, one of my favorite players in the entire league, one of the most exciting guys I've ever seen, does not care about. I watched this man miss an open layup when I just needed him for 10 points in an All-Star game.
Oh no!
Like guys just don't care, and I think it makes sense too. Like there's nothing really to play for, and I think with the money they're making these days, it's you're not gonna tear your ACL over a dunk contest or something along those lines. But I just think there needs to be more incentive for these guys to really just want to play. Like, hey, let's make it a conversation, kind of like in Major League Baseball. Hey, whoever wins gets home field advantage in the World Series or in the NBA Finals. You know what I mean? So I think for me, that's really the kind of change that's going to impact actual change. But then when you just add a WNBA team to the mix and all this other stuff, it's just, I don't know. They're throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall to hope something sticks. But really all we as fans want to see is competitive basketball. It's not that hard to me, but I'm just a 25-year-old kid on TikTok. So what do I know about marketing? But that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's a lot of the reason why we kind of pushed back our talk about the Four Nations face-off. We're going to be talking about the NHL doing that instead this year, but it seems like the NBA, usually the NHL follows in the NBA's footsteps because it's the NBA making these successful decisions, and once it works out, the NHL doesn't want to be guinea pig, and they want to see how it works for their league. So this time it's kind of the other way around, where the NHL All-Star Game was always just the same as the NBA All-Star Game, a game between maybe East and West or two teams drafted. But then they switched to a tournament style, and now here we are with the NBA switching to a tournament style. In addition to the fact that the 4 teams participating in the NBA All-Star Game will compete for a prize pool of $1.8 million, with each player on the championship-winning team receiving $125,000, each player on the second-place team receiving $50,000, and each player on the third and fourth-place teams receiving $25,000. So there is an incentive for you to play well in these, but I don't know, for these guys, I don't know if that's enough of an incentive.
Is this for the hockey, or is this for the...
This is for NBA. This is for NBA.
Oh, yeah.
There was a prize, a cash prize, and I think a car for NHL. But even that, look at where we are. We're at the Four Nations face-off now, so there wasn't enough to keep the All-Star games alive there. It's just the way sports are shifting. I don't think a lot of fans, like you said, care about these All-Star games. The dunk competition or like a home run derby, yes, you get to see that skill on display, but especially with the MLB All-Star Game, it doesn't matter anymore for home field advantage in the playoffs and stuff, which I do agree that probably shouldn't be the case. It should be whatever team plays better throughout the actual regular season. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's weird. That these are fading out, but also weird that these leagues are still trying. The Bulls will be back in action Thursday, February 20th. That'll be in New York against the Knicks at 6:30, and then Saturday, February 22nd, at home against the Phoenix Suns at 4 p.m. You can watch both of those games on Chicago Sports Network or listen along at 670 The Score.
If you haven't.
Yeah, if you really want more basketball, you could dive into Windy City Bulls. We are not going to because they've lost 4 in a row, 5 of 6 in February. They are 11-25 overall, 5-11 in the tip-off tournament, and 6-14 in the regular season. So really not much to write home about with the G League affiliate as well. Although the future games, they've got a couple coming up. Next Saturday will be a giveaway. First 1,500 fans will get a bobblehead of Gus T., the Bull, and Mies Wotek. I think it's a bear. It is Polish Heritage Night. So you can also get a beanie with a special ticket package. That'll be
Jankuya.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to switch gears now and get off the basketball talk because, Mike, you also cover baseball. Here at WRMN, we are partnered with ESPN 1000. We will be one of the official homes of the Chicago White Sox this summer, so you can listen to all the games here on WRMN. And we also wanted to mention, I don't think we got a chance to on the show because you and I were talking about it off the mic. Bill Melton passed away a couple weeks ago. So our thoughts and prayers going out to the White Sox family, Melton's family, and anybody who was affected by that. I got a chance to meet him at one of the White Sox fests. Great guy, really nice guy. He wouldn't really do like autograph signings because he was just always out in the public mingling and talking to people and stuff, so you didn't really have to wait in a line to go get his autograph. You just walk up to him, shake his hand, start a conversation with him. So really nice guy. The other big news for the White Sox this week was the signing of outfielder Michael A. Taylor to a 1-year, $1.95 million contract. Other than that, there's not a whole lot going on in White Sox world right now. I don't.
You mean Tim Anderson starting? Wait, that's right. He's playing for the Anaheim Angels now.
So is Yohan Moncada, who signs with the Angels as well. Everybody signed somewhere else.
Carlos Rendon got hurt. Now all of a sudden you're talking about. Timmy Anderson might be actually playing.
Yeah.
I mean, he signed a minor league deal with the Angels, so there's that.
The MLB season is coming up shortly, which I guess is bad news for Anthony Rendon on a usual basis, because as you've heard him say before, I don't really care about baseball.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah. So, but what is going on with your guys' Northsiders?
Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Well, I think it's it's a reality. So it's one of those deals where, you're interested in a really good player and I think someone else got him and you're disappointed and you move on. It's just how on the field, I think that's how you have to approach it. And, I think that's how I approach it.
Did you not ever?
Well, and that was Craig Counsell, courtesy of MLB.com, talking about the missed opportunity of signing third baseman Bregman.
Yeah. That would have been huge considering the Cubs already signed Kyle Tucker. Mike, what do you see going into this season with your Cubs?
I mean, it hurts, bro. It really does. I'm a diehard Cubs fan my whole life. I worked grounds crew facilities there for 4 years. Every morning, 5 a.m., I'm sweeping peanuts. And I remember the core getting traded, and you could hear a pin drop in the whole place. It's a culture shock for sure. For the last 6+ years, the Cubs really haven't been in it. We make strong offers. That's what we do on 1060 West Addison now. So I think that's really all I hear Jed Hoyer talk about is we made a strong offer for a guy like Shohei Ohtani. We made a strong offer for Yamamoto. We made a strong offer for all these different guys. I can go down a list since 2018 of the Bryce Harpers, the Mookie Betts, the Freemans, the Ohtanis, the Machados, all these guys that just didn't fit, or we made a strong offer, and just didn't end up working out. It sucks, man. I want to rag on the Sox all the time, but the reality is, you settle for a bunch of other guys. And I heard earlier today, just on Cubs Twitter about how the Cubs didn't want to defer any money to Alex Bregman because they're still paying deferred money for John Lester and Jason Hayward. I didn't realize that was a problem, that we're still paying World Series champions money. I thought we liked winning. So that's been my biggest issue is really just trying to get big name free agents to come to the city, man. I mean, if you've been to a Cubs game Friday at 1:20, like the city, the atmosphere, the ballpark, the players, they sell themselves. You know what I mean? It's not hard to bring in free agents. You don't need Theo Epstein to get a top Cubs free agent. Now, you need Theo Epstein to win a championship, sure. But the fact that over 6 years, respectfully, because I love the guy and I love how he plays, the best you got was Dansby Swanson. It's just not good enough, especially with what you gave up. The entire core. You didn't want to give Kyle Schwarber $8 million. He goes on, hits 40 home runs, and you're just looking at yourself like, we have no left-handed power bat other than Frank Schwindel. And this is like, that's...
Oh, yeah.
that's where I don't even know where Frank Schwindel is right now, with all respect to Frank. Like, it's a problem, man. And you know, I want to, you know, you always come at the general managers, but that's a Rickett problem, man, because I'm watching a DraftKings casino get built in the stadium. I see the Marquee Network, and I got a lot of good friends over there, and they do amazing stuff. But Hotel Zachary and all these other stuff, and now they have the Yard in the middle of center field, and it's like, yeah, how much did that cost? Because I bet if you just threw an extra 10 mil at Tanner Scott, he probably would have ended up a Cub. So I know that was very long-winded. I know the radio can't be that long, but
no, you're fine. I mean, you're doing the venting that I feel right now, and I know a lot of Cubs fans are. And with this being the opening week for pitchers and catchers reporting, and then the rest of the players reporting later on, I mean, we've already got key injuries happening. I mean, earlier in the week, you got Javier Assad with a mild left oblique strain. Then you got Dansby Swanson, that you just previously touched on, a core muscle, thing going on. I understand it's like at the beginning of spring training and everything, but the first couple of games are going to be happening in Japan in less than a month. Then you got Nico Horner, right flexor tendon. He underwent surgery on October 11th, resumed light hitting in the cage, and a light, early throwing program with his, surgically repaired hand. And then you also have, get this, the guy that you're really depending on this year, because you missed out on Alex Bregman, is Matt Shaw.
Yeah.
And he's on the injured list with a left oblique soreness. Oh, and who is that center fielder that we had for like 2 seasons, and then we let him go to New York for basically a bag of baseballs and a salary dump?
Yeah.
Who is that? Because I can't.
Cody Bellinger.
Thank you.
Cody Bellinger.
Oh my goodness, Cody Bellinger. So yeah, and then you have basically Cubsville. I'm not even going to call it Wrigleyville anymore. It's Cubsville. That whole area is supplied by the Cubs. Well, they own the area.
We talked about the I don't want to know if you want to call it controversy, the outcry from Cubs fans after ownership made a couple comments about how they barely break even each year, but as you mentioned, the yard and everything that they're putting into the stadium, and how the stadium sells itself already. They're just not bringing in the talent on the field. And then you have the other side of town, and Mike kind of compared it to the fact that, he said he likes to trash on the White Sox here and there. But you look at the Cubs, it's the same thing, because now you look at the other side of town, and Chris Getz is saying, the general manager of the Chicago White Sox, he's saying, I think we're going to win more games this year. You think? You think? I would hope so. You set the record for the worst record in MLB history, and you're the GM. You hold the cards. You think? So, I mean, it's going to be a fun season on both sides of the city, despite the fact that we are partnered here on AM 1410 WRMN with ESPN 1000 and the Chicago White Sox. We will be keeping you up to date with Cubs news as well. We'll probably have to bring Mike in order to get some expertise as well on that. So he'll be having a busy summer running back and forth from Cubs games to Sky games, I bet. So we'll keep him busy too. But we wanted to switch gears. I didn't get a chance to talk to about did you have one more thing about the Cubs?
Yeah. So I don't know with the projected win totals and everything. So Covers.com has the Cubs winning 85.5 games, and then I think Pagoda. Am I saying that right? Dakota. They're another wins organization. Have the Cubs winning like 90 games. So I'm not exactly sure what they are talking about with that. Then you've got, where is it? The Chicago White Sox.
Projected wins like 50, I think it was.
No, 53.5.
Yeah, that would get them better than last year. That's for sure.
So
we'll see.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I just we're we're running out of time here, and I do want to switch gears back into hockey because the Four Nations face-off is the next biggest thing after Super Bowl. And of course, we didn't get a chance to talk Super Bowl with Mike, so maybe we'll get his thoughts at the very end. But the Blackhawks, they played one final game before this Four Nations face-off break. That was last Saturday night against the Blues. The Hawks had a lead in this one, another goal from Ryan Donato. He has been red hot lately, which scares me heading into the trade deadline. Good for him, but I really do hope the Blackhawks see his value and maybe keep him around, but I also understand that his trade value is at its highest and it might not be here ever again. But Connor Bedard, an assist on that Ryan Donato goal, so 22 points in 23 games, really shutting down the criticism, although we did hear Paul Bissonnette doubled down on his Bedard comments, and he just said he was doing his job as an analyst on the most recent episode of Spittin' Chicklets, which I agree. We did agree, like I said, with a lot of the criticism, and I think it was warranted. Some of it. The pond hockey comment may have been a little too far, and I know he's getting a lot of blowback for that, but some of it was warranted, and even Connor Bedard knew. However, the Blues fought back in this one, and it was a back-and-forth affair. Both teams trading goals in that third period. Both teams tied at 5. They go into overtime. That's not enough, so they go into a shootout. Arvid Soderblom came into this shootout 0-9 on the season, and he did his very best to try to turn those numbers around. He faced 10 shooters and only allowed 2 goals. That was Braden Shen in the second and Radek Faksa in the 10th. Unfortunately, Teuvo Teravainen, the lone representative for the Blackhawks in this Four Nations faceoff, was also the lone scorer in this shootout in the second round. So the Blackhawks fall 6-5 again to the Blues. And again, in those Winter Classic jerseys, it's painful. But as I said, Teuvo is the lone representative for Chicago playing for Finland. They were up against the USA, and that didn't go too well for Teuvo. Sorry, but play Freebird a little bit.
No.
Earlier, though.
Why can't we just get along? Can't we be friends?
Earlier in the week, it was Canada versus Sweden, and the tournament started out, I think, as most people would have drawn it up. On the power play, McDavid to Crosby to McKinnon for the one-time goal, backdoor, and wow. I mean,
shoot the puck. Here's McDavid down to Crosby. They'll go back again. Crosby for the goal line, and Crosby, they score! McDavid to Crosby to McKinnon, and it's 1-0 Canada.
And that was courtesy of NHL.com.
Yes, so that was a phenomenal. I don't know how you're going to stop the power play when it also includes Sam Reinhart and Cale Makar. Sam Reinhart, the guy that Connor Bedard was criticized for not lifting his stick on that quote-unquote soft play. Yeah, he's on a power play with McDavid, McKinnon, and Crosby and Makar. So Canada gets the win in overtime.
I hear those guys are pretty good.
They are really good, and it scares me a little bit. But Canada, that goal was from Mitch Marner, who is hopefully a future Blackhawk. The OT winner was assisted by Crosby. That was his third assist on Canada's 4 goals. And they come away with the win. But there's a point system here, so Canada's not at the top. That would be the U.S. of A after they blew out Finland, blew them out of the water with a gong show of a third period. 2 goals in a span of 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Matthew Tkachuk and Brady Tkachuk. They both had 2 goals, and Matthew added an assist. That was the last American to score a hat trick in international play was their dad, Keith Tkachuk. He had 4 goals and an assist during a game against Russia in 2004. So, at noon today, after the Truth About Chicago Sports, will be Finland versus Sweden. And then at 7 p.m., it'll be the tournament-leading USA versus number 2 Canada on ABC. But, Mike, thank you again for joining us. We had to rattle that off real quick. They can find you at theshy.kid on Instagram and Twitter.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys for having me, man.
Absolutely.
Thanks for jumping on.
You have a podcast, too. You want to plug that real quick?
Not as much anymore. Just on Give Us a Shot Network. You can check us out on YouTube and all social media platforms. It's affiliated with iHeartRadio, so you can always check us out over there or listen there.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, we're running out of time, but we'll talk to you soon. You've been listening
for
to
Mike Napoletano, I'm Derrick Geyer. Michael Hughes, AM 1410, WRMN, on the rise.
One owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable. They've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
And welcome to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. This is your host, Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by my brother, Blake Cowell. What is going on, brother? Another week of sports. Let's get into it.
Good morning, Marcus. You're right. It's another good week of sports. I know where we're going to start. I'm not going to love it. I'd say it's a good week of sports because if there's sports, there's always a good week, but not much good news on the baseball front, at least on my end.
No, and you know, it definitely, we've got some baseball news. We're going to talk about the Super Bowl. We had the new Super Bowl champions this year, the Eagles, who won in glorious fashion over the Kansas City Chiefs, 40-22, if I'm correct about that final score. We're also going to talk about where the Bulls go next now that Zach LaVine has moved on and they've looked like complete trash in their last 4 games. Clearly, this team is already packing it up and they've become the Cancun Bulls, much like the Bears did in their season. But yes, let's get it started out by talking about the thing that seems to kind of be just a natural thing when it comes to Chicago baseball of late. We're always the guys on the outside looking in. And, you know, I know that Ohtani was a pipe dream. I know that the White Sox are not players at all in any of these things. Pete Alonso, you name it, Juan Soto, right? They're not right. They're no players of that whatsoever. But the Cubs, this is where it gets to be tricky. How much do they really want to win? Because as we see with another situation where it was a chance for them to have the land, for them to land a sought-after free agent, a guy that could definitely be an addition to your team, not a subtraction, and yet they lose out on that said free agent to the Boston Red Sox. So once again, proving that the Cubs are minor league players when it comes to the Dodgers, Yankees, and the Red Sox. And it just gets to a point, Blake, where it's, I don't know what's fact and what's fiction sometimes when it comes to, baseball payrolls. We know obviously there's no salary cap. How much money do they really have to spend versus how much money they don't? That's always to be up for debate. But it just kind of seems that the Cubs have just been, of late, always on the back end of these free agent moves. And it's just starting to get to the point where you have to say, do they really want to win?
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I think that is what you could say for this offseason for the Chicago Cubs. There's been highs of acquiring a guy like Kyle Tucker, a 7-8 WAR player, like we've talked on the show before. But we have to acknowledge as well that came in through the trade market. Players didn't choose. Kyle Tucker didn't choose the Cubs. The Astros chose the Cubs. When it came to Ryan Pressly, the Astros chose the Cubs. And Ryan Pressly had some say as well, but he didn't have an entire field competing for him. Every free agent that the Cubs have just gotten close to haven't chosen the Cubs. Tanner Scott didn't choose the Cubs. Juan Soto didn't choose the Cubs but wasn't offered from the Cubs. Alex Bregman didn't choose the Cubs. These guys are not choosing the Cubs. And it's interesting, and it adds a whole nother layer to the MLB offseason because it says, well, are we not negotiating well enough? Because that's a thing. I mean, All around you in sales. I work in sales at my full-time job. If a customer doesn't choose you, where did you go wrong? Did you not sell yourself enough? Are the Cubs not selling themselves enough? Is the product not good enough? Do they not believe the Cubs can win? Or is the price not right? Which is, I think, right now, the number one issue, because the Cubs have fielded some competitive offers. They've given Tanner Scott a competitive offer. They were outbid. They gave Alex Bregman a competitive offer. They were outbid. So at some point, and this is an overarching thing in Chicago sports, but specifically with the Cubs, what they refuse to do and what their owner has publicly said he's not going to do, and that's overspend. He says he won't go over the luxury tax. We have Jed Hoyer in the media in Mesa, Arizona yesterday, or on Wednesday, or Thursday, one of those days, saying, I really want to thank Tom Ricketts for spending money. I really want to thank my boss for helping make my job easier. It's a weird dynamic, Marcus, and I really just don't understand why the thick skull of Tom Ricketts doesn't understand, hey, if I want to be good, if I want the Cubs to compete, if I want them to be a bona fide playoff team year in and year out, where I don't have to sit here and say, well, the Brewers took a step back, or, that the Reds, they might be good, so the Cubs will have a chance. I want to be sitting here now under a month before the opening game in Tokyo and say, you know what? I think the Cubs can win the division because I know they're the best team, because I know they have the best players. I know they have the best staff. And right now, I can't say that. I think it, but I don't know it. And it's frustrating. And Alex Bregman got paid a ton of money. He got paid $120 million for 3 years. He's going to be making about $40 million a year with a first-year opt-out. The Cubs weren't willing to go to $40 million, and they weren't willing to give a first-year opt-out, which I'm not upset about. I'm really not upset that the Cubs didn't get Bregman. Did I really want him? Yes. But am I totally upset that they didn't get him? Because that's an expensive price for a guy that really isn't on the same level as the other guys that are getting paid $40 million. But it's still annoying to know that when the rubber meets the road and you have to throw up the big bucks to get an 8-WAR player like Kyle Tucker will next offseason, I don't have faith they can re-sign him.
And that's the problem right there, is that, we don't have the faith to believe that this team will be able to keep top tier players in the organization because of a lack of pay. And it's not because of the team doesn't generate money. And that's where I think the frustration happens from both sports teams. Now, obviously, the White Sox are clearly committed to not spending anything. And Chris Getz's hands are so tied that there is a certain point where you do kind of feel sorry for the guy. It's kind of like, he's the one GM in Chicago that has no worries whatsoever, because there's no expectations whatsoever, because we all know that his owner is going to handcuff him to the point of where there could be nothing really done to make this team become viable in this modern baseball era currently. But the Cubs now, that's where, like I said, it gets tricky, because you see that they do have parts, they do have components, but then when rubber meets the road, you lose out. Would they have had to overpay to put Bregman on the team? Possibly. Ask yourself, if I'm the Cubs, this is what you have to say. Okay, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Well, Boston clearly felt like it was worth it. Why is Boston willing to take the chance financially, but the Cubs ain't? Because the Cubs are not. And that, I think that's the biggest issue. And you also see why Boston has won more World Series than the Cubs in the last 25 years. It's because Boston changed their thinking. At one time, Boston Red Sox were a cursed team, supposedly. The Bambino curse, remember? They were all, always had a couple decent players, but always seemed to not be able to get over the hump. And then they changed their organizational thinking. And all of a sudden, they became major players and free agents. They became major players in terms of trading. And now you see a team that has been able to be viable with the Yankees really for the last 20 years, which is something we'd have never really thought if you go back to the inception of the rivalry from the moment the Major Baseball League started. The Boston Red Sox were always the bottom feeders to the Yankees, always. And now some kind of a way they've become a major player. And you have to ask yourself, if you're the Cubs, why are you still bottom feeding to the Brewers or the Reds or the St. Louis Cardinals when you clearly have a bigger, more vaster payroll, and you can add things to your team that they clearly cannot?
One of the things that Tom Ricketts loves to tell Cubs fans, and it'll drive you up a wall, but it is the sense of baseball overall, is, he's mentioned at CubsCon, he said, if you look at a team like the Diamondbacks, who made the World Series now 2 years ago, their payroll was this amount. And if you just put these pieces together, it'll work. One really key factor that he neglects, and he neglects it on purpose. Like, don't get me wrong. He's a pretty smart guy. The thing about our owners in the NFL and whatever, they're pretty smart people. You don't fall on that much money by being a complete dunce, even though some of them might be.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing he neglects to say is the Diamondbacks didn't win the World Series. They got to the World Series. Do you want to just be in the dance, or you want to win the dance, Marcus? If I tell you these four teams, the Dodgers, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Boston Celtics, and the Ohio State Buckeyes, those four teams are the most recent major championship winners in America. There's also a common denominator between all those teams. Arguably, and really the only one I say arguable is Ohio State, and I threw them in there because they are toward the top. The Dodgers, Eagles, and Boston Celtics were all the best rosters in their respective leagues when they won the championship. That is not by accident. That does not happen by chance. When the pressure is the highest, the teams with the best rosters won. And here's another thing. Boston, when they won in 5 games. The Eagles, when they won last week, they won by almost 20 points against Patrick Mahomes. When the Dodgers won back in November, they won in 5 games. These were not close. These were not good series. It was not good for the viewers. They were not exciting. They will not go down in the history books as classics. You know why? Because it was the best team taking the second best team, the lucky team that got there, took them by their throat, put them in the ground, and buried them 20 feet under with a shovel, because they're the best team. And Tom Ricketts, and I'm going to stick to baseball here, but Tom Ricketts is not willing to put the best team he can together. He's putting a cost-effective team together. We've known this, but like I said, if you look at those teams and you make those points and you make those conclusions, right now in American sports, the best teams with the best talent are going to win. It's not the shopping bag team. It's not the discount store Cubs. It's not the discount store Rays. It's not the discount store Diamondbacks, whatever you want to call it. Even the best player in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes, arguably the best player in the NFL, the best active player potentially in the NFL right now, couldn't overcome the best team in the NFL. So there's a block in his head, and I know it's coming down to money, and I'm glad he's at least telling people it's coming down to money, because there's no argument. There's no lying. He's not lying to us. He's telling us to our face, because he knows we'll come up, we'll buy the beers, we'll sit in the bleachers, and we'll do it all over again, me included, because I love sports, I love Chicago, and that's why we do it. And that's why we're talking now.
Are the Cubs, the Chicago White Sox, just masked in a prettier paint? That's what I think sometimes when I'm sitting here and I'm really breaking down the baseball landscape right now. And it's coming up close. The guys are getting ready to report, I believe February 22nd. So that's like about a week from now. We're actually going to be carrying the first spring training game here on WRMN, which is now affiliated with the Chicago White Sox, as they'll be playing against the Chicago Cubs. And as I sit here and I analyze this season and I get ready for it, the one thing I keep thinking to myself is the Chicago Cubs are the same as the Chicago White Sox. They just have a prettier paint job. We sit here and we get all over the White Sox because they refuse to compete. They refuse to do anything other than just wallow right now in the fact that, hey, we're not good, and we're going to try our best to hope that we land some young stars. I mean, like that has to be the thinking, I would imagine. I can't think of anything else that you have left in your bag other than that, hey, we're going to hope that we can land some young stars. They've moved away pretty much all any decent pieces that were on their roster. And so, this is where they're left at. There's not a lot of expectation. And so it's just like, hey, man, if you guys can win 50 games, cool. And you know what? It seems like they've settled into that, and they're very happy with that. Jerry Reinsdorf has accepted his team's faith, and he's okay with that. But the Cubs, they sit here and they pretend they pretend to the north side like, hey, we are out here. Hey, we made a bid for Otani. Oh, hey, Soto never wanted to talk to us. Oh, all those guys that went to the Dodgers, the relief pitchers that signed with the Dodgers or signed with someone else. Hey, we put a bid out there, man. Shucks, we just couldn't get it done. You get to a certain point where it just starts to become very obvious that, man, you're the White Sox. You're just dressing it up with a little bit of a prettier lipstick. It's exactly why you lost out in the sweepstakes for the young kid that came from Japan. I'm blanking on his name right now.
Roki Sasaki.
Yeah, it's exactly why you lost out on Sasaki, because Sasaki understands and he sees it. That you're just a pig with some lipstick on, man. That's all you are. And I hate to hit you in the jollies like that, Chicago Cubs, but that's the truth, man. You are nothing. You're a pig at the fair that's got lipstick on, and everybody thinks that you are this beautiful thing, but let's just be honest, those prizes that you win are only going to be short-lived. You're going to be bacon one day. And that's just the bottom line. It's just that pretty picture is short-lived. Hey, we got this, but really, have you? And why did they said they were making the move to get rid of Cody Bellinger to free up money. Where's that money then for Alex Bregman? And I know that I'm getting a little bit heated, Blake, but at the same time, it's like, man, how many times are we going to sit here and let these teams in Chicago make fools of us? And we sit here and we foolishly say, well, hey, wait a minute. No, we're not. They're laughing right in our face. They traded Bellinger and said we were doing this to free up money. For what? What have you done with said money, Blake? Please tell me. I'd love to know.
I love this job. I love being on the radio. I love giving my opinions on Twitter. I love tweeting stuff. I love making videos. I love podcasting. I love all those things. The worst part of this job is this, and it's when admitting you're wrong. It's a very prideful thing. You don't want to be wrong, but it's always good to admit when you were. And I was wrong. When they got rid of Cody Bellinger and they traded him and they salary dumped him and they saved all this money.
Yeah.
I sat up here, I sat on Twitter, I sat everywhere, and I said, in a vacuum, this is not the final move because they have to reallocate this money. And I know they will. Because they have to win this year, and this is a Jed Hoyer contract year, and I know they're going to reallocate it. And they just haven't. They've spent it on a guy like Colin Ray, who's a 5th, 6th starter. They've spent it on John Birdie and Bruhan and all these other guys who are filling up the roster, but not making the roster. And the unfortunate part is I think Jed Hoyer is actually good at his job. And I don't change my opinion on that. I stick with that opinion because I've made this analogy a ton. If your boss says, hey, I want you to throw this pizza party for the office, but there's 20 of us and you can only spend $5. Well, one Little Caesars pizza isn't going to feed a whole party. And if you go over that budget, well, your boss is going to get mad at you and you might lose your job. So when Jed Hoyer gets told from his boss, hey, I need you to field me a playoff team, but I'm only going to give you $175 million. Can you do it with that? In today's going rate of MLB baseball, you have to be lucky to get to the playoffs with that amount roster because teams like the Dodgers will overspend that. Teams like the Mets will overspend that. Teams like the Phillies will overspend that. And so if you're looking at the NL playoffs or even the AL playoffs, if 3 of those teams are overspending to, I'm not going to say buy their playoff spot because it's not a guarantee if you do, but give themselves a better chance than you before we throw even the opening day first pitch, you're fighting an uphill battle before opening day, and that's where the Cubs are at right now. That's why I wasn't upset the Cubs didn't get Bregman. I was upset with the principle that now that they lost out on a guy who liked the idea of coming to Chicago and is a 4-WAR player and would have made your lineup a lot better because breaking news, Matt Shaw is an oblique injury now that he had at spring training and is day to day. So now your starting third baseman that you planned on starting is already dealing with an injury in spring training. So if John Birdie is your starting third baseman on opening day for the Chicago Cubs, we've taken a step back from last season and we're already fighting an uphill battle that we knew would be tough, that we knew we'd have to increase our win total from last year. We knew we'd have to pitch better, run better, hit better, field better. And missing out on Alex Bregman is a microcosm of this whole offseason of always being the bridesmaid, never the bride. And these players are picking other teams because, like I mentioned at the start of the segment, we are not doing a good job at selling ourselves, selling our team, and we're not offering the best price either. And unfortunately, like at least back in 2015, 2016, when we got Jason Hayward, Ben Zobrist, John Lester, big name marquee free agents, you could sell them on the, hey, do you want to break the curse? Like, do you want to be memorable? Do you want to have a statue? Do you want to be known as the curse breakers? And all those guys will be known for that. Ben Zobrist, World Series MVP, he'll be known for that. Jason Hayward, the rain speech, he's always known for that. John Lester, the horse of the starting rotation for years and years, he's known for that. Those guys are legends in the city. But what do you sell these guys on now? You want to come be a Cub? Like, we got a cool stadium and the fans are awesome. I think Cubs fans are as great as anybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm a Cubs fan too. There's a lot of good fan bases. I think we're special because I love the Cubs. I love the bleachers. I love the energy. There's good fans everywhere in baseball. Baseball is a good fan sport. There's a lot of good fan bases. The selling points for the Cubs have gone down, and if you're not offering the money to convince them, then it gets a lot harder, and that is the unfortunate situation that they are sitting in. And until Tom Ricketts just overpays once or twice, because if they don't overpay for Kyle Tucker, a guy who is going to have a good season, knock on wood, barring injury, if they don't overpay for him, they'll never overpay for anybody. And that is the scary reality that Cubs fans are facing right now with their team.
Yeah, that's just it right there. Excuse me. Apologize. There's something just kind of caught me right there in the area. You got that moment of right in the throat, like, oh, that's great. But that's just it, is that I just feel like it's a big sale, and that's all it is, just a big sale job. And until I see some real commitment from this team, I gonna just say that you are exactly like the team on the South Side. You just got a couple more pretty parts. That's all. You win a few more games, and you want to try to think that you're cool, and that's all it is. I want to ask you real quick, Blake, in your opinion, and just spitball. And I know you're not in some front league office. Mm-hmm. What do you think is the real bare minimum for an NFL roster, in an MLB roster to compete? What do you think that payroll needs to sit at, honestly?
It's so tough because I don't want to say go to the luxury tax because, I mean, if we're looking at MLB rosters and we're looking at teams that are spending the most, does that correlate to their production? It does a lot of the time, but not always. If I'm looking at the top, I'll look at the top 5 payrolls in baseball from last year. The Mets, the Yankees, the Houston Astros, the Phillies, and the Dodgers. 2 of those teams were in the World Series. The Mets were in the conference championship. The Philadelphia Phillies were in the divisional round. The Houston Astros, they got bounced in the first round, but they still made it. And the 6th team on there, the Atlanta Braves, I believe they made the playoffs as well with 89 wins. And so if we say the 5th team was the Dodgers and they're sitting at $240 million, the Cubs last year were 7th. They were sitting at $230. I mean, they're right there. Right there.
You see what I'm saying? But they do just enough to make you think. They do just
enough
to make you think. But in the end, when it's time for them to shore up that roster, some kind of a way the ball gets dropped. Once again, this is the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. We're taking no callers today, no call-ins today on the show, but we are going to be joined by the great Sophia Blackburn when we come back from break. We're going to sit here. We're going to talk about the nation's face-off, the 4 nations face-off. With her is NHL is on All-Star break, and this was the solution they came up with for the All-Star game. Instead of just having 2 teams face off, they decided to kind of make it a nation situation, which I think is really cool. So we're going to break all that down, Blake. We're going to talk some more. We got Super Bowl to talk about. We got to talk about the Eagles and the Chiefs and what was a very surprising turn of events as the Philadelphia Eagles came out and put it on the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. Chief hate can be done now. The Chiefs' run is over. We're going to talk about that as well. So we got a lot of stuff that we're going to be breaking down here in the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN. We love when everyone can join us every Saturday here on the station. We had On the Rise that came on 8 to 10. Always love those guys.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? Read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, Christmas combat story by Michael Tooman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Silink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo, November Echo Tango.
Hi, this is Mark Bialek, and I am running for re-election to be an Elgin Township trustee. As both a trustee and as your morning show voice on WRMN, I have always taken pride in connecting with the residents of Elgin and Elgin Township on a one-on-one basis. And it's this connection with the local community and its feelings and thoughts, combined with relationships that I've been able to form with many local leaders, that give me the balance of views that I need to use to help form my opinions, decisions, and votes at our board meetings. I also understand that as an elected official, it's my responsibility to represent people of all beliefs and cultures, and I take that responsibility seriously, priding myself on taking on all issues with an open mind. I am also proud to say that over the past 4 years, I've been able to spearhead America's First Responders Fest, an annual local festival that brings local people together with our great first responders. So please consider me, Mark Bialek, Marky B for trustee, and thank you for taking the time to vote in your important local elections. Paid for by friends for Mark Bialek.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for joining their text club. Text BRITT to 30400 and enjoy a free car wash. Visit Britain's Touchless Car Wash at 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
And welcome back to the show. This is the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Me and Brother Blake are sitting here breaking down all sports, giving it to you every Saturday from 10 to 12 p.m. Make sure you come in and tune in every Saturday here on WRMN 1410 AM. And now we are joined by the great Sophia Blackburn. Welcome to the show once again, Sophia. We love for you to be here. We've got some hockey to talk about. We got a game today. It's going to be at 7 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to have the United States facing off against Canada. United States is coming off of a sensational victory over Finland, 6-1. I was really surprised at how that kind of, turned out, because at first it was like, okay, bam, Finland scores first, and then United States just explodes all over them. What do you think about that game?
Honestly, they only had 3 practices together.
Yeah.
Before they actually went on. So the chemistry in the beginning, in the first period, didn't really look like it was there, but then they gained that momentum after the timeout, after the break, and they completely just shattered Finland. I can't even believe they got 2 goals within 11 seconds of each other.
Yeah, they were just flying all over the ice, and once they got up on them, they didn't let up. And I know that the real matchup is going to be today against Canada. That's going to be what everybody. That's what I'm looking forward to as well. Here's my thing. So first off, does United States, do they take this game against Canada? Do they have enough?
That's a hard one. That's really actually a hard one.
Yeah.
I feel like it's definitely going to be even playing skills for sure, but it's going to be the game of the century. Everybody is locking it down to go to a bar, to go to any place that they can to watch this. And I have already kind of chirped all of my Canadian friends saying that, oh, nope, we're going to win because we have Mr. Matthew on our team, the Leafs player. So it's going to be insane. And it's sad that we don't have one of the Hughes brothers anymore because he is injured. But I mean, because we could have had the Canucks and we could have had the Leafs put together.
Yes.
It's been amazing.
Yes. No, it's been so exciting. And and obviously for the listeners out there, they don't know, we've obviously got our group chat, and it was so hilarious because it was like at a certain point, I'm like watching the game, I'm not even looking at my phone anymore, and then I look down and then Mikey P's like, oh yeah, good luck with these texts, and I just scroll through, and it just makes me giggle because it was all just us just celebrating the moment of, hey, we had some good hockey that came on, and what a great idea for the All-Star game is we see that the NBA All-Star weekend is kicking off as well. And at one time, it was something that I absolutely used to love watching was the NBA All-Star game. And now it just kind of feels like the weekend has turned into a real joke in a lot of ways. And it's kind of like I don't even care about the game, but yet hockey's done something really smart. And you got to give credit to these guys because I just feel like this is ingenious. Instead of having the East versus the West, I think that the players care a lot more when they're playing for their countries. And I think that it gives you much more competition and it gives you much more excitement. Like, think about if it was just East versus West this weekend in the NHL, would we be really that interested?
No.
I mean, we'd probably watch it, right? But we wouldn't. But right now, it's like, hey, you know what? Football just ended. And obviously, that's always that low moment when the NFL comes to an end. It's like, damn, our weekends. What are we doing with them now?
Waiting for March Madness. Waiting for March. We'll watch hockey now. We're waiting for March Madness. Is this the first year that they've done this? Like,
Four Nations?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Last year they did the NHL All-Stars, and they had celebrities be the coaches. So there was Justin Bieber, Michael Bublé, Tate McRae, and then there was another one that I forget who it was. But I mean, it was insane last year because also that was for our generation, for at least Gen Z. Tate McRae is an up and coming Canadian artist, and she's just on fire right now. So everybody was so ecstatic that she was a part of it, and Justin Bieber, because Justin Bieber and Michael Bublé.
Known Canadian Justin Bieber, right?
Yeah, I think it was all Canadian coaches, to be completely honest with you. I could be wrong. Someone's probably going to fact check me. But I will say, though, just to turn it on a little bit, we do have a Blackhawks player playing in Finland, for Finland.
Oh, wonderful. Who we got?
It's Tuvio.
Tuvio. Okay.
Oh. He is the lone representative for Chicago playing for Finland.
Yeah, hey, you know what? And that's always gives you a little something, right? That we can say, hey, we got a guy that's out there represent. And I mean, I know people are saying, well, what about Connor? He was not chose for the Canadian team, which I'm actually okay with because I want that kid to get some rest. I want him to continue to grow, and I just feel like there's just more pressure added on him if he'd have been on that Canadian team.
I definitely know that all of the players that are not playing right now, they're all on vacation.
Yeah,
They
they're relaxing and getting some R&R. And I just think it's good for this young kid, especially with the onslaught that he's been under of late. I think that this was a great time for him. So, I mean, yeah, would I have loved to have seen Bedard on Team Canada? Of course. But I'm actually kind of glad that he's not.
I am kind of too, because he's a kid. He needs a break. Let all these veteran players play.
Yeah.
This is what they've been dying to do. But I will say, Finland's not looking that hot right now, just because USA did beat them 6-1, and that game was just incredible. I can't say the two brothers on the United States team. They have a very hard last name.
I know. Yeah, I pronounce it horrible too.
I pronounce it horrible all the time.
Kachuk or something like that.
Kachuk or something like that. They are just a devious line. Those brothers are going back to back. They're the ones that scored mainly all the goals within the game. So it's going to be a good game tonight for sure. I know I'm going out and I'm watching it. I might be watching it by myself. I don't know, but I don't care.
Sophia, we'll be there with you in spirit, because trust me, the whole team's going to be glued to the TV watching it. Like I said, it's a good event. I love that they're doing this, and that's the thing. It's kind of a short thing too. You know, it's like bam, bam, and then they're going to wrap it up. So you know, it's not like it's a long drawn out process. So I kind of like that also. It's like some real fast hockey.
For hockey.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ingenious move.
What do you want to say, Blake?
I was going to say, well, we were drawing the comparison earlier. You did, Marcus. You know, it's cool because, like you said, when the teams play with their own countries, it brings that next level of competitiveness spirit. And not to take away from hockey, but I mean, you're talking about NBA All-Star Weekend and how the NBA ratings are down. The NBA have struggled, but with all the influx of international talent, I mean, look at the best players in the NBA. You look at Giannis. You look at Embiid, who played for Team America, but there was controversy he could play for somewhere else. And all these other guys, maybe the NBA should take a play out of this playbook and make NBA All-Star Sunday international versus USA. I mean, Luka Doncic international. You know, all these guys, you know, as LeBron and Steph Curry get phased out on the USA side, it's gotten pretty even. And I don't know who would win right now if it was USA versus international. But again, not to steal, I'm not a hockey person. I like to hear you guys talk about it. It keeps me somewhat informed and somewhat more well-rounded in the sport. But I mean, like you said, even though it keeps the casuals coming in, it's like the World Cup. Like, I don't like soccer. I don't watch soccer. I don't care about soccer. But when the World Cup comes around and USA is playing, I like drinking beer and hanging out with friends. And if that's what we're going to do while watching a soccer game, I'm more than willing to do it. Similar with hockey. I'll do the same thing. So I like what they've done. And even though I am not super invested in terms of knowing what's going on, if the red, white, and blue are playing, I put my USA jersey on and I'm ready to fight with my guys as a fellow American.
The alma mater.
Yeah, you got to forgive Blake. Sophia, you have to forgive my co-host. He's a caveman that is still living, obviously, in some modern century where he thinks that soccer is not prevalent or important.
Hey, it's important. It's important.
Women's soccer in particular. Is better than men's.
God, are you kidding me?
That's out there.
Sophia, that's what got me into soccer. It was the 99 team. It was that 99 team. And let me tell you something. I remember watching it and I was just like, my thing with sports always, and you guys will realize this too. You know, you guys have got a few decades behind me.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I was -1 when the 99 team was playing.
Yeah,
so that enlightened me.
Yeah. So here's the thing: when a great sports moments happen, you want to be able to say that you were there, witnessing a part of it. And I remember when that team was coming about, and when they won the World Cup. I was young, you know, but I didn't know much about it. But at the same time, I was intrigued, and I'm like, wow, this team seems like they've something special, and they've clearly done something big because of the way the celebration was and the way it was encaptured by the whole nation. I'm like, they've done something special here, and so it was like, okay, you know what? I want to know more about this game. I want to know more about this team. Why are they so special? What's so special about this moment? And from there, my love for soccer exploded. And it kind of carries in all sports. You know, I think that once you see those grand moments in anything, something special happens, you gravitate to it. It's what drew me back into hockey. when the Blackhawks started having their run with Kane and Taves. I mean, I had watched hockey, but it got to a point where the Blackhawks were really bad. They were really bad, and it was just bad hockey. And you got to a point where you just were bored watching them. They were devoid of any stars, and then they landed Kane and Taves, and then they started building the team, and then they went on the run, and hockey became way more prevalent in this town because of it. It drew so much more interest and so many more fans. So, creating this type of format with this team, it creates this intrigue that I absolutely love with this 4-nation face-off. Brilliant job. Kudos to the NHL for coming up with this.
Oh, yeah, it was a great idea. I think it's probably because not a lot of people watched last year the NHL
All-Star game, yeah.
But I don't think they got really it was only the celebrities that got the profit, and basically what got everybody else to watch it was that. But this is incredible. I think they're going to do this for a long time, just the 4 nations, because mainly all hockey players come from Finland, Canada, United States, and what was the other one? Sweden.
Yeah. And there's a couple guys, obviously, like Ovechkin that did, and I get that, and maybe because I believe Ovechkin's Russian. I don't want to misquote that, but I'm almost certain of that he's Russian. And so I know there's a couple Russian players that were not able to get into it, but it's still pretty much majority of the hockey stars are in it and are playing, and that's the thing that I also love about something like this, is that it reminds me of a World Cup. Like Blake says, hey, you know what? I don't watch a lot of soccer, but when you're watching the World Cup, you're learning about players that you may not have ever really heard of. And now when they go on back to their respective seasons, now you might have an eye on them. It does the same for these players in hockey. There's now these guys out here that play for these respective teams that you might not have really gotten a chance to see or know about. And now they're getting exposure, and they're getting a chance to really see what they could do on the ice. And that's going to generate more interest when they come back to those prospective teams, where you're like, man, I saw what that guy was doing out there on the ice. I wonder how he's doing with the rest of that season. So I just think something like this is ingenious for the league.
If I could squeeze something in real fast, I think it's also, if you look at it, Jack Hughes, he used to play when he would think, what was it, the juniors, he played for the USA. And then now they're making it a big thing because Jack Hughes is now playing again for Team USA. So it's watching him when he was younger to when he's a little bit older. And it's just like a big thing for at least the New Jersey Devils, because that's where Jack Hughes plays. It's a big thing for him over there, because he played, and he's played twice now. And I guess there might be a couple other players as well, but I really only am spotlighting Jack Hughes because it's Jack Hughes. So
right? Respect. Respect. And that, like you said, those storylines right there is what creates interest and intrigue. And so I just love it that the league is able to prosper and continue with ingenious moves like this. And like I said, this time tonight, rather, I will be sitting glued to the screen, watching and cheering and hoping that we get a USA victory. Before we get you up out of here, Sophia, tell us what was going on with you for the Super Bowl. How did it play out for you, and give us your thoughts?
I really thought buffalo chicken dip was the best part of it. The Super Bowl was boring. It was, nobody was playing to their full extent. I mean, obviously the Eagles were, but you could tell they were not, both teams weren't playing at full speed ahead. I mean, the Chiefs were off, oddly. It just wasn't a fun game to watch.
No.
I mean, halftime show was
Kendrick
great.
Lamar was off. He wasn't playing to his full extent. He didn't play his best songs either.
Well, he was providing a message more than a show.
And I did like the halftime show at least more than I liked the game. The game compared to the halftime show was like, man, this is a snooze fest.
It sucked. It was not good.
Right
if
from
I
the opening
on the radio. It just wasn't entertaining. Nobody was the only people making runs were the Eagles. And the Chiefs weren't really making any runs. So it wasn't even that much of a competition at that point. And I mean, I only liked it when SZA came on because I am a big stan. So I think it's just so funny that he said, he knew he was going to get sued did it anyways, brought out 2 of Drake's ex-girlfriends. It was just hilarious. It was devious because he was being a menace.
Ultimate troll of all troll moves. I absolutely enjoyed it. Yeah, I would like I was telling Blake last week, the plan was to go to the sister's house. And what I did, celebrated with the sister and the brother-in-law, the nephew and nieces. And we did a little surf and turf. It's like, oh, this is gonna be great. I was really excited. The rematch, Eagles, Chiefs. And then the game started. And it was just this vibe right from the moment of the snap that the Chiefs clearly were tired. They were exhausted. They looked like a team. They looked like a team that just wanted to be at home. And the Eagles were hungry, jumped out on them right away. And man, I tell you, it was at halftime. And I look over at my brother-in-law and I go, oh, boy, the Chiefs are in trouble.
They were. You know what it reminded me of, though? Hate to say it, kind of like a Bears game. Not gonna lie.
No, you know what? That's so funny that you say that. That's exactly what it felt like. It was like, where did the Chicago Bears get in the Super Bowl? Like, seriously.
We were there in spirit. We were there in spirit.
Well, here's
you can't get rid of us. You can't get rid of the Bears.
Well, here's the funny part about that. So people sit and say, often, oh man, the Bears made an ultimate mistake drafting Mitch Trubisky over Patrick Mahomes. But what we saw was a reality check, though. Yes, Mitch Trubisky will never have the talent of Patrick Mahomes or be the type of quarterback. But what we saw was a stark reality that if Mahomes had been drafted by the Chicago Bears, he'd be running for his life, just like we saw in that Super Bowl game, because the Bears have refused to invest in the offensive line. And we are starting to learn in this league, just like what your Detroit Lions are smart enough to do.
We are great.
In the trenches. You gotta invest in the trenches. And what we saw was a guy literally running for his life, just like Caleb Williams. And it looked like the Chicago from all aspects, from the quarterback running for his life, for the team getting bludgeoned, from them not being able to run the ball, turning the ball over. That is a great assessment, Sophia.
It was just a messy game overall. I mean, I don't even know, but I heard like there was something going on with Mahomes, like family life or something, like someone.
Oh, that family life is a nightmare.
But like, I think like something was going on in his family life, so he wasn't really exactly in the game 100%. That was just a rumor. Don't know if it's true, but the game sucked overall. Wouldn't watch again.
No.
The commercials were probably the best part, even though there were some very odd commercials, but Super Bowl has odd commercials.
The Super Bowl commercials have just gotten weird, man. I'm just like, it's just like at a certain point, it's like, what is going on? I mean, it's like when these used to be funny and creative, and now it's just so avant-garde and so out there. Half the time, I don't even know what the product is that's being advertised.
The only good one was the Doritos one, and that was because that was a competition, and a fan created that.
Isn't that crazy? That's the best competition.
Super Bowl commercial was that one.
Yeah. And so, we're left once again now, like I say, no more football, but, we still got a lot of action. And once again, this is the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. We're joined by Sophia Blackburn. We're sitting there talking about the Four Nations face-off when now the United States will be playing Canada tonight at 7 p.m. Now, when this is all over, when they come back from break, what do you see happening really for the future for the Blackhawks after this break? Do you think that Bedard could continue? Because he looked like he kind of got a little hot after that national dump. It kind of seemed like he took that. It felt like that Michael Jordan moment. It felt like that Michael Jordan moment. Michael Jordan sitting there in the documentary, and he's like, I took that personal. It kind of felt like that. Like Bedard, took that personal.
I mean, you're looking at a man. I mean, Messier, great career, had a great career, but I think what was it, the other one, Bassinet or whatever, however you say his name, had the same amount of points his whole career that Connor Bedard made in 21 games. You can't talk the talk and then not walk the walk. It's very you can't say that. But he's 19, he understands. I mean, He knows he's going to get pushback, but also he's also a player that's always been praised and praised and praised and praised and praised. And I mean, he's baby. He's NHL baby. Nobody puts baby in the corner. You put baby in the corner, everybody's going to attack you. It's just a thing. It's this thing everybody knows not to do is don't like attack baby. And they attacked baby. So, and of course, like he's never really been like publicly like shamed like that bad. I mean, but that was a low dig. Lowest of the lowest digs. And that's why they keep saying that's pond hockey, because they attacked baby. Babies get attacked back and say that's pond hockey. I mean, it's just the reality. And I think after this break that Bedard is going to be good. Everybody's going to be, refreshed. Some of them probably went home or they went somewhere warm. I mean, but also Bedard is always on the ice. So I bet he's training. He's doing everything he can probably just to fix things and just upgrade his skills and so on and so forth. But I'm excited to see how everybody's going to play when they come back.
Yeah.
All the teams, especially the Red Wings.
Yes, those Red Wings, and I love you and Mikey P at that Beth. You keep giving it to him too, just because I know it burns them a little bit. My thing with the Red Wings, once they left the division, it's not the same. The rivalry was there in the old the old alignment, and when they were in the division, the rivalry ran deep. It was almost on the level of Bears Packers. Now that they're not in the division, the sting is still, but it's just not. It's not the same for me at least.
It's still there. It's just that the Blackhawks aren't as good as the Wings at the
Mikey, he's gonna kill you for that one. Oh my goodness!
Can't wait for that text.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's gonna be right there, right on the spot.
But I just think like if they were at an equal playing level, I mean, since they still play each other, and it's still a good game to watch. But I mean, it's just I think if the talent's equal, it's an equal game. It'll be a great game, and everybody loves.
Yeah, everybody loves it.
Everybody loves
it. Everybody loves it.
It's like Michigan's little cousin, or like little brother.
Yes, it still has some flavor to it. And once again, this is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410. We're getting ready to head in the break. We were joined by the great Sophia Blackburn. Sophia, thank you for coming and hanging out with us. We always love when you join the show. And the one thing I can say is that is about the only reason that I do wish that Bedard had played for Canada, because I would have liked for people to see him as a whole on the nation on a bigger stage, because I think that he deserves that, especially after that national media dump. When we come back from break, we're going to continue talking about the Super Bowl, the victory of the Eagles over the Kansas City Chiefs. We're also going to talk about the Chicago Bears, what they're looking for in terms of draft and roster moves with free agency. This is once again another Fox Valley Sports Saturday here on WRMN 1410 AM. This is the truth about Chicago sports, here with your host Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by my co-host Blake Cowell. We want to thank you once again, Sophia, for joining us here on the show, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yes, see ya.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels. From beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN, 1410 AM. I'm here, your host, Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by my co-host, Blake Cowell. We're sitting there breaking down all Chicago sports. We were just joined by the great Sophia Blackburn, and we were talking some NHL, the 14 face-offs, the 4 nation face-offs that are going on. We've got the United States versus Canada today at 7 p.m. on Central Time. We've also got Finland versus Sweden at noon today. So it's pretty much as soon as this show ends, it's going to be Finland versus Sweden. So if you guys are looking for some action to watch, I know that the NFL has ended. I know that makes us all sad. We all love the NFL and kind of like, no more games. But hey, you know what? There's still tons of sports action. The NBA All-Star Game will be going on this weekend as well. For those that are interested in that, I know I'll probably check it out briefly, maybe look over at the slam dunk contest for a second, even though like I said, it's just become something that what I used to love and absolutely look forward to has just become kind of like, NBA All-Star Weekend, okay. And I hope that there's a way that they can really fix that. And I really hope that they take a page from the NHL, because this has been absolutely sensational and very exciting, and it's given us, some excitement, like another sporting event to be excited for. And so I'm really glad that NHL took this route, and I hope that the NBA is able to figure it out, because the All-Star Weekend has turned into a joke, like in the NBA, and it used to didn't be that way. It really did. You're talking to a guy that saw Michael Jordan jump from the free throw line. I witnessed that. You know what I mean? I've seen, Kobe Bryant completing the slam dunk contest. I've seen, Dwight Howard, Blake Griffin, all these exciting moments, that have proceeded throughout, through the dunk contest, and as well as the 3-point contest, which is still there, but it just doesn't hold the same weight, right?
It doesn't, and we've come so far from the days of Vince Carter being the electric dunk contest champion, and even Zach LaVine, who at the time of him winning his multiple, he wasn't a star in the NBA, but he was still a well-known name. And then you look at some of these dunk contest names, and you're like, wow, like who are these guys? I mean, we know Matas Buzelis, he's going to be in it, and we'll be rooting for him because he is a Chicago Bull.
And he's a high flyer.
Yeah, high flyer, but All-Star Game at large, it's just turned into the song and the same song and dance dog and pony show. They do the red carpet. The All-Stars are out there. They're just jogging up and down. And, the NFL, they went away from their Pro Bowl, and now they just play flag football and throw dodgeballs at each other, and no one watches. And the NBA's, they're almost there, but they're not quite yet. They're hanging on to that last string of, we're still playing a basketball game, but no one's really watching. I think that if people who are listening, and I've always felt this way, I have always liked watching All-Star Game Saturday night, because the 3-point contests usually get a lot of good competitors, and you see a lot of stars shooting. And even last year we had the WNBA player Sabrina. I'm trying to think of her last name.
Ionescu.
Her versus Steph Curry, and that was electric. She almost won. I mean, you're getting. I think we've gotten to the point now where they know that Saturday night's been kind of their bread and butter. They want it to be entertaining. They want the fan experience to be well. So I'll probably be watching tomorrow night. It's what I like to watch. And honestly, with no football on Sunday, I'll probably watch a little bit of the All-Star Game too. But at large, it's become boring, and that's just what it is. But the NBA's become boring, so it's really kind of fallen in line with everything else the league's been doing.
Yeah, it's definitely been a drop off this year. And I've had a lot of thoughts about that. And here's what here's what I can surmise, and I'll ask you this, and I wanted to put this to a couple pundits in the town, but I didn't get a chance to, so I'll speak on it now. Are there 32 stars in the NBA? Are there 32 bona fide stars? Or what is it? Is it 30 teams in the NBA? Or is it 32? I think it's 30 teams in the NBA. So, and I asked, is there 30 stars in the NBA? And I guarantee you there's not.
No.
I guarantee you there's not. I guarantee you if we go down roster for roster, doesn't matter if a team's got 3 players on there that, you know, the what do they like to call it when they get the big 3, you know, whatever the case may be. You go down and you start to go from team to team, and you start to really look at, you say, okay, who's the star on this team? Now, when we go back to the quote unquote heyday of the NBA, every team had a star on it. Every team had a star. Every team had somebody that they drafted that came out of college that was a very good basketball player that turned into a very good NBA player, that if he may not have become a superstar like a Michael Jordan, but the guy was an all-star a la Rich Richmond, a la Chris Mullin. You know, these guys played for the Golden State Warriors. They weren't the greatest players, but they were good players. They were exciting players. They were fun to watch on a team that was lowly. At that time, Golden State wasn't known for much at all. Mm-hmm. Okay? You went to a team like the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento Kings had a star. A lot of people don't remember his name. His name was Wayne Tisdale, but I do. And he could ball. And he was a star on the Sacramento Kings team. This lowly, weak team had a star on their team. The Bulls had Michael Jordan. The Lakers had Magic Johnson. Boston had Larry Bird. Philadelphia had Charles Barkley. Okay? San Antonio goes and gets David Robinson. Now their team becomes viable. Before that, George Gervin. Stars. Doesn't matter how small or weak the team is, it's a star-driven league. The Bulls have no superstar on their team and haven't had one for quite some time. Makes the NBA boring. Like we talked about the conspiracy theory of Luka Doncic going to the Lakers. I'm not surprised by it because the ratings are down. Mm-hmm. They need interest. Jason Tatum is on Boston. Okay? There's a reason everybody wants Boston to be viable. All right? Because it creates interest in the market. But then when you got a team like Philadelphia that has one of the top players in the NBA, Joel Embiid, who can't play ever, the team sucks, they're no good, that creates a boring atmosphere. Okay, Philly versus the Celtics. Is Embiid even going to play? You Probably don't not. Even know. So why would you be interested? And then when the game starts, you find out, oh, Embiid's not going to play. Oh, Maxi's out for this game. Why am I interested in watching it? The league has always been driven by stars, and when your stars are constantly sitting out, constantly not around, you have done this to yourself, NBA. Okay? Done this to yourself. I remember there was a game like last year or maybe 2 years back, and it was like the Denver Nuggets versus some of that. I'm getting ready to watch the game. I'm all excited. I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. Yeah. And then as soon as the game starts, they're like, oh, Jokic isn't playing. Oh, Murray's out. Then on the other side of the ball, and it was just some backups and basically playing. And I'm like, click. Just in that moment, right then and there, click. What do I want to watch? The NBA has got a real problem on his hands. And they better find a way to change that narrative. And a lot of people are saying it's because they're in this weird space where LeBron James is starting to come to the end. There's no face of the league. I don't think that's it at all. I think that there's plenty of faces in the league. I think there's plenty of intrigue. The problem is most of the time you're like, okay, are you even going to see the best play against each other? And that's what's created less interest. It's hard to sell me on Boston, San Antonio, if I don't even know if Porzingis and Victor Wembanyama are going to face off against each other.
Yeah. And another big problem, too, is that some of the best players in the NBA aren't in big markets. You look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Small market, man. I mean, no one's going to Oklahoma City on vacation. You look at Anthony Edwards up in Minnesota, the Timberwolves. I mean, it's the Timberwolves. It's Minnesota Timberwolves. Like we said, box office. The NBA,
And
like you
that's
said.
two of the games. That's two of the game's best players. Ja Morant. Ja Morant playing in Memphis.
Like
Small
they're just not
market.
in big markets. And when the playoffs roll around and you say, okay, let's look at the playoff schedule. And if the Western Conference Finals end up being the Timberwolves versus the Oklahoma City Thunder, if you watch the NBA and you follow the NBA, you're very interested and you're very excited. But for a casual fan, you don't give a rip about those two teams because it's not the LA Lakers. It's not the logos you've seen. It's not Magic Johnson's Lakers and Larry Bird's Celtics going at it. It's Oklahoma City, who was just a team only about 25 years ago at this point, or 20 years ago, and the Timberwolves, who are the Timberwolves. Their jerseys look weird and they have weird neon green and blah, 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 blah. It's not visually appeasing to the average fan, like we talked about in the last segment with Sophia. If you want the sport to grow, you got to somehow bring in casual fans. I mean, that's how I think the NFL just does a good job of it nonstop. I think the MLB is getting very good at it. And just, the NBA hasn't.
Like, let me throw something at you.
Yeah, please.
We talked about the halftime show with Kendrick Lamar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think that halftime show was for? Do you think that halftime show was for a 45-year-old guy like me that's been watching the NFL since he was a little boy? They've got me.
Yeah,
They don't need
not for the casuals.
They don't need to get me. You know who was watching Kendrick Lamar when he came on? My nieces and my nephew. They didn't watch much of anything else about the game. But when Kendrick came on, they were glued to the set. The NFL won because that's who they're going for. It's just like a cigarette company. A cigarette company is not advertising to me or you. We don't smoke. We're not going to smoke. They're advertising to people that they could get as new customers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's about. Kendrick Lamar was not there for me and you. Kendrick Lamar was there.
We were watching anyway because we talked. We had narrative to push. We had our parties. We were hanging out. The halftime show could have been some random dude off the street banging a bucket between his knees.
As long as the young
we
kids
would have already been there watching. You know.
And all the NFL wanted was the young viewership, the youth. That's what's important. And so that's where the NBA is missing the mark right now. The casual fan is the most important fan to cater to because the old dog in the room you've already got me. I'm already watching. Now, can I lose interest? Sure. If the product continues to be watered down, but as long as the product stays good, you got me. And so I think that's the NBA's biggest issue is that they're not appealing to the casual fan. They're not appealing to the youth right now. They're turning off a lot of the older fans like myself because of that lack of generated interest overall.
Yeah, the NBA has a huge problem on their hands, and every league has its own specific set of issues that they have, but they always work through them because there's smart people around it that run the league. As much as fans like to trash Roger Goodell, the NFL has really never been in a better spot.
They're genius.
They're genius. This was the most watched Super Bowl of all time, and there's external factors that go into that. But you could tell me in the next 2 years, it could be the next largest Super Bowl. Like it just keeps getting bigger. The NFL keeps growing, and when they go to Brazil to open the season, they go to London and they go to Germany, and next year they're going to all these other places too to play more games. They're not only dominating America, but they're generating interest around the world. I mean, you can tell if you hang out online, like on Twitter as much as I do, there's pages specifically, the Irish Bears show. I mean, they're fans in Ireland that have an Irish podcast. They stay up till 4 a.m. to watch the 5-17 Bears, the 0-25,000 Bears, They're watching bad football, but they love football. And that's just the Bears because that's the team we follow and that's the accounts I follow. There's teams like that for the Browns and the Steelers and the Patriots and the Chiefs of the world. The NFL is dominating. The NBA isn't. They used to dominate the world landscape. I mean, you could go to China or you could see like fans in China who were all rocking Steph Curry and all rocking James Harden Rockets. Like the game was growing so big, and I wonder if at a world stage it's gone down too, because definitely in America, but I don't know how it's like that on the world stage because it used to be massive.
They've got us, just like I said, they got the stars have got to start to come out. There's been too many players that haven't lived up, and that's also hurt. So somebody would be like, what do you mean, Marcus? Okay, let me tell you, perfect example. And I'm not trying to dump on the guy. I don't know him personally, but I'm just telling you from the way I've seen his career. Zion Williams. He comes out of college. Zion is unbelievably hyped. Zion is sought after by everybody. Everybody's like, man, I'd love to have Zion Williams on my team. He's playing at Duke. He's busting out of his shoe. He's coming down the court so hard, dunking on people so fiercely. This guy's going to get to the NBA, and he's going to be in problem, right? He's going to be a problem when he gets to the NBA. And yet, what has he done? You hear, and I'm just being serious. Since Zion has gotten here, I've heard more about Zion's personal life than I've heard about Zion's play on the actual court, when he actually plays. At one time, he was severely out of shape. He got dumped on for that because he wasn't in shape. He was constantly getting injured. Now he's in somewhat shape, I guess, and still, what has he turned into? He's an above average player that is definitely not an elite player in the NBA, but yet he is treated on the team like he is. It's the Zach LaVine effect. Zach LaVine's on the Bulls being treated like he's this elite player, but realistically, he's just an above average player, barely borderline all-star. And so that when you see that, that's the issue. So many teams don't have intrigue or interest because those so-called stars are boring or half the time not playing. And that's what's just creating a huge issue for the NBA and something that needs to be worked out. I mean, and then obviously, sticking with NBA, we know what's going on with the Chicago Bulls. They look disgusting. Vucevic looks like he wants to be anywhere but in Chicago, and they didn't trade him, which I'm still trying to scratch my head about because the guy obviously, and here's the thing, it's not that Vucevic is quit. Vucevic, you could just tell he wants to play meaningful basketball. He wants to play basketball that has some, and I can't get mad at a guy for that. That I cannot get mad at a guy because he wants to play basketball, winning basketball games that matter. He doesn't just want to come out there and, here goes another loss, which is what the Bulls are staring at now. And they clearly have signaled the white flag for a rebuild. And we, at the same time, they're still like, what are you doing even in this rebuild? And so we're just seeing a very disgusting team that headed into the All-Star break that just got dog walked the last 4 games heading into it. This is about what we expected. So I'm not mad at them for getting blown out. I mean, what I'm getting confused about is that why didn't you finish the process? You started the dump, you started the rebuild. Why didn't you finish it? And now this is where we're left at, where we're just gonna have to, I guess, get through the rest of this season with the Bulls, and then hopefully see where we land. But like I said, my only complaint from any of it is that you traded away Caruso, DeMar DeRozan, and LaVine, and you really only got back that protected pick, which is still important. It was important for the Bulls to get that pick back, but that's all you received. That's my only issue, because they needed to blow this up, Blake. They did. They needed to, they were going nowhere. They were spinning their wheels in mud, and it was getting disgusting, right? So it had to end, but has it ended? You see what I'm saying?
It's like 1 foot in. It's like you're halfway out the door. Oh, I forgot something. Go back inside. All right, you're about to leave again. Oh, I forgot. You have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And it finally felt like after they traded Zach LaVine, it felt like they were finally outside. They'd finally committed to one way or the other. And then, like we talked about on last week's show too, but they still kept Vucevic. And then this report comes out this week that, they had a deal on the table where someone was going to give us a first-round pick for Lonzo Ball. The guy who was injured for the last 2.5, and I like Lonzo Ball, and right. I'm a big Lonzo Ball fan, but when you don't play for that long in the NBA and have all this injury risk, and you extend him, instead of taking a first-round pick, I mean, I don't know. Like you feel like you finally found some resolution with this team, and then there's no resolution. There's still all the question marks you had before the All-Star break, even though you traded your max player. So I don't know. I don't know. And it's, for me, it makes my head hurt. I don't like thinking about it because it's annoying. It's so annoying.
Just another reminder of another franchise in Chicago that just clearly has no clue or no concept or no will to want to win, and that's why it becomes a problem. Even though it'd be one thing if we saw that there was some direction or some type of winning for the Chicago Bulls, and yet we've seen none of that ever since the departure of Derrick Rose. And then they ultimately would make the decision to trade Jimmy Butler, which was the signal then at that point that they were rebuilding. And now then they tried to sell us on this fact that, oh, you're going to build something with Zach LaVine, but we knew that was never going to happen. And they never added the top tier player that they needed to put with Zach LaVine to make him relevant. Now we're left here where we fast forward and Zach LaVine's been moved on from, and this team is a shell of itself, and they're clearly trying to go for draft picks and rebuild. But even that has no real true direction. And I don't know if the Bulls will even get this right. I'm hoping so. And the only thing that I really have in my back pocket is that they do have Bucelis on the team. And I hope that there's some real upside with him. I think that Kobe White is a piece. Patrick Williams is what it is. He's a bust, and I don't know why they re-signed him. I don't know why they re-signed him. But these are the head-scratching moves that the Chicago Bulls continue to do that leave us wondering where your commitment is to wanting to change this around and change the scenario around. This has gotten to a point where it's laughable, and the Bulls have become one of the joke teams in the NBA. And so when they get ready to come back from All-Star break, I'm not expecting anything except more losing. And my fingers crossed that they're able to land themselves in the top half of the lottery, and meaning like the first 5 picks. And then from there, I still got my fingers crossed because there's no guarantees. Because you got to remember, they drafted Patrick Williams. And so I hate the dump on the poor kid, but it's the facts. You go into that draft and they could have had drafted somebody way better than him, but that's who they chose. And look where they're at. So it's no guarantee just because they say, oh, hey, you're gonna get the top 5 pick maybe. Okay, Bulls will still find a way to drop the ball on that. You know? So I right now it is kind of like, I don't want to dump on, but because you do want to have something to lean
look forward
on
to,
and look forward to. But right now it's not there. It's not there, and it's not going to be there no time soon. And so this is where we're at, and we're gonna look for change. We're gonna try our best to keep hope alive, right? But this is the truth about Chicago sports, and we're always going to keep it real with you. And the Bulls have signaled the white flag right now, and that's the truth. And now we just got to wait and see how this all plays out. This is going to be a long second half season because there's going to be a lot of losing, and there's nothing real to look forward to. And I'll watch the games. I know I will. I'll still turn them on when I can, like when I can get time to see. But am I going to have any real interest? No. And that is another part of why ratings in the NBA are down for stuff like that. For a big market like Chicago, for the Chicago Bulls, when their fan base, the majority of their fan base is like, oh, the Bulls are on. It's like, oh, well, yeah, the Bulls are on. It really kind of takes the sting out of watching everything else in the NBA as well. And so, you only hope that they can find the relevance, because I do feel like the NBA is better when the Chicago Bulls are good. In my opinion, I could be biased. I'm from Chicago. I don't know anything. I'm just some pundit here in town, right? Spreading my sports ideas. But that's just something that I truly feel is that the NBA is better when the Chicago Bulls are better. And so hopefully we can get back to that monument at sometime soon. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Like I said earlier, we're taking no calls today. We were joined by the great Sophia Blackburn earlier. We broke down some Cubs. We broke down NHL. We've been sitting and we've been talking about the NBA. We also talked about the Super Bowl. When we come back from break, we'll do some more breakdown on the Super Bowl and the Chicago Bears and what their future is looking like now that it is the official end of the NFL season, as we saw it all come to a close with the Kansas City Chiefs losing to the Philadelphia Eagles 40-22 last Sunday. On Super Bowl Sunday, it was unfortunately a turn of events that nobody was expecting, as the Chiefs were going for the three-peat and instead were thwarted by the Philadelphia Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles have captured their second champion. The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl after being there the second time now in the last 3 years. This is Philadelphia's second Super Bowl title, and the last 10 years. So kudos and hats off to Philadelphia Eagles, and great job in securing another Super Bowl victory. When we get back, we'll talk about some keys from that game. We'll talk about some of the things that impressed us on both sides of the football and some of the things that surprised us on both sides of the football, as well as, like I said, we're going to continue to break down and see what the future moves could be for the Chicago.
Hi, everybody. This is Steve Thorne, running for re-election to the Elgin City Council. So many of you already know me, and you know that my many years of volunteer work and ongoing service are all about helping the residents of our great city, especially our seniors and military veterans. We certainly have had our challenges, past and present, but Elgin owns my heart, and it always has. We are a strong city, a safe city, a city of neighborhoods, a city where people feel the touch of community connection. And that's part of our greatest strength. We look out for one another here in Elgin. And as your city councilman, I pledge to look out for you. I've been endorsed by both the Elgin Police and Firefighters Unions. I'm respectfully asking for your vote to continue serving you on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council. If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. We last left off talking about the Super Bowl and the victory with the Philadelphia Eagles defeating the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. Blake, I was very, very shocked. Like I said, we talked about earlier, even when we were talking with Sophia, and how lopsided it was. But here's the thing that's been coming out of this whole situation that I kind of been hearing back and forth. And it's kind of funny because I heard some people really backtrack and they didn't want to admit that they were wrong. But the narrative that Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback before the Super Bowl, it was debated. A lot of people said, no, maybe top 15, definitely top 20. After the Super Bowl now, I think that it's definitive, without a doubt, that Jalen Hurts showed that he is a top 10 quarterback in the league. And he's not just a game manager, but he's a playmaker. And yeah, I know that it's going to be thrown out there. He had a talented roster. And I get that. That roster was loaded. That defensive lineup was disgusting. And he really didn't have to do much in terms of, oh, I got to go out here and make a big play because his defense was so all over the Kansas City Chiefs. But at the same time, he did make those big plays. And he did make those big throws when he had to. And you know what? I got to give kudos because I was one of those people also that you could have won over before the Super Bowl. You could have won me over and said, yeah, you're right. Maybe he's not top 10. He scores a lot of touchdowns with the tush push. It doesn't always look sexy. It's not always a bunch of big, exciting plays, but yet the guy just continues to find a way to win. And when it's time for him to make the big play, he does. And this is the second big game that he outplayed Patrick Mahomes. Let's call it what it is. He outplayed him in the first time they met in the Super Bowl, and he outplayed him again in this Super Bowl. And, it gets to a certain point where you're like, okay, what does it take then for you to be top 10? You got to be drafted first round. You got to be this highly coveted prospect out of college. That's the only way that you could be labeled elite, because that's what it feels like to me. That's what it feels like to me. Because when you hear that these guys and the elite quarterbacks that they mention and they talk about, it's usually guys that got all these accolades attached to them as well, or the expectations about them as well. There was no expectations of Jalen Hurts. He came in, he was sitting behind Carson Wentz when he first got there. I don't even think anybody expected him to be a starter. Then when he got the start job, people said, oh man, I don't know. We'll see. Average at best. Then next thing you know, he ends up leading the team to a Super Bowl and he loses. And they say, see, if he was an elite quarterback, he would have won that game, right? All over. Kind of way he finds a way to get his team back, and then he wins, and he still performs at a high level. What does it take to be a top 10 quarterback then?
Oh, man, what a game for Jalen Hurts, and what a game for his career. You said it first. I mean, he's played well, and now in 2 Super Bowls, he loses the first one to the great Patrick Mahomes, and the second one, he beats the doors off him, and that we'll get more into the defense here in a second, but he outplayed him, and he played very well. We said in our preview, or at least I said, he needs to trust his arm. Can he trust his arm enough? And he did. He made great throws. He has up 27-0, and they have their foot on the gas, and he's throwing a 50-yard bomb to Devontae Smith, an absolute dot. Early in the game, he throws one down the sideline to A.J. Brown. They got called back for a ticky-tack pass interference, but there was no hesitation. It was step up, trust your arm, make a throw, put it on the dime. When you drop back to pass and the pressure's coming and you see an alleyway to pick up a first down, he put his head down and he took off. When they're on the 1-yard line and they need 7, they push him in. And every big moment, Jalen Hurts shines the brightest. And that's what's so impressive about this guy and so impressive with him over the course of his career so far. Because if you look at other parts of his career in the NFL, I mean, in the biggest games, he plays really well. And I really don't think he had a massively overhyped great season. The Eagles had a good season, but there was times, and me personally, I was one of them that was saying, man, this Jalen Hurts guy, like sometimes he drops back to throw and he's so quick to give up on the routes and take off with his legs. And over the course of his career, he has done that. That is fair criticism of Jalen Hurts, is that sometimes he gives up on the play too soon or will throw it out of bounds, which sometimes is a good play as well. But in this Super Bowl, no fear in this guy, zero fear. I'm going to go take it from someone. I'm not going to let Patrick Mahomes take it from me this time. I'm going to go steal it. There will be no controversial calls because the score will be too big to overcome. And that's exactly what the Eagles team did as a whole, and especially him, who shined the brightest, deserves the MVP, and had a great performance.
Yeah, it was absolutely sensational. And he came out and he did exactly what we said that he was going to need to do to get the victory. Because much like we predicted that they were going to try to take Saquon out the game, and Saquon wasn't shut down. I mean, I think he had I know at one point he had 22 carries for I think like 60 something yards.
In this term of
that.
Saquon, in this season where his over under was 115, he had 50. I mean, he was neutralized for sure.
Yeah, they definitely keyed in on him, and they would basically telling Jalen Hurts, "Hey, show us what you got." And he did that. That pass to Dotson that set up the push run was an absolute dime to him down the sideline. The touchdown pass to A.J. Brown, like you said, the bomb to the Slim Reaper. It was just sensational. And if everybody's who's the Slim Reaper, that's the Devontae Smith. And it was just wow. You know what I mean? Just his solid play and his poise, man. You just saw the guy was never rattled. He was calm, just like he was in that first Super Bowl he went to. And that's something I think that's important. And, here's the thing that can't be measured is clutch. And I wholeheartedly believe in that. I believe that certain people have the clutch gene in them where when the moments get the brightest, everything slows down for them. It doesn't speed up. It's not too big of a moment. Michael Jordan was like that. When the lights got the brightest, he became more locked in. Kobe Bryant was like that. A lot of the great players just find a way. Patrick Mahomes is like that. When the moment is the brightest lights, the moment is never too big for them. They just become locked in. And Jalen Hurts definitely seems to have that clutch streak. He has shown now twice in the biggest game that he is unflappable, on top of his game and ready to ball. To me, man, that makes you a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, he's silenced the critics in that aspect. And I want to shift, as great as Jalen Hurts played, and I don't want to take away from his performance, and I don't want to take away from his MVP, because what I'm about to say is you can't do this anyway. This might have been the first Super Bowl where I legit thought that a coordinator should have got MVP, because Vic Fangio put on an absolute clinic on Andy Reid, on Matt Nagy, because for 60 straight minutes, Vic Fangio took his belt out, bent Reid over, and spanked him on his behind for 60 minutes, and Andy Reid and Matt Nagy and Patrick Mahomes had no answers. The Eagles had more points in the first half than the Chiefs had yards.
Man.
I mean, if you would have told me that on Saturday, I wouldn't have believed you. And that's no discredit to the Eagles. It's just Mahomes is Mahomes, and he's carried that aura now. When he's in the biggest games, he also shines the brightest, and he always plays his best. And that was not the case. The Eagles blitzed one time in the entire game, and it wasn't until like 3 minutes left in the third quarter. They were getting after the passer with 4 rushers. The secondary played incredible. Cooper DeJean had an awesome pick 6. And the next play, another incredible play by a Philly defender for an interception. Patrick Mahomes did not lose this game for the Chiefs because the Eagles' defense more won it than anything. But Mahomes played so poorly that it didn't matter anyway. And, there's a lot of, again, we talk about GOATs and we talk about great players, and Mahomes' story is not finished. Tom Brady lost 3 Super Bowls. LeBron has lost a lot of championships in his day. And I made this tweet, and I'll say it now because, again, this is the truth about Chicago sports. There is one GOAT that never lost when the lights were the brightest in championship games, and it's Michael Jordan. And I said, three-peating isn't for everyone. And Michael Jordan did it twice. And not to go too far off the Super Bowl, but it shows how hard a three-peat is. So really no discredit to Mahomes and what he's done. This is arguably the best first 7 years of someone's career, of their career of all time. He's played in 5 of 7 Super Bowls now that he's been in the NFL. In the first year, he didn't even really play till the last game. He'll probably be back next year because no one in the AFC can find a way how to beat him. But he got embarrassed by Vic Fangio. So if there was ever a coordinator to win an MVP, it should have been on Sunday because they were outstanding.
Yeah, hats off to that defense. They went after it. I mean, man, that front 4 was all over him. And, we joked about it with Sophia earlier. We said that it looked like the Chicago Bears out there, but it did. I mean, like Mahomes was literally running for his life every time the ball got snapped. Those guys were ferocious, man. That defense came to play, and it was definitely a defensive clinic. Like you said, not to take anything away from Jalen Hurts because his play was special. He played great. But I hadn't seen Patrick Mahomes get dominated like that in some time. It'd been a while, and I mean, man, he couldn't get set for nothing. They just came and they unleashed. And like I said, when we were talking as well earlier, that it just looked like the Chiefs were tired. And when you go against a team that's ferocious and hungry, and you're that tired, it's your third Super Bowl. It wasn't easy getting there. You've had to struggle the whole way. You won a bunch of close games, barely pulling them out, and you finally get to this moment, and you're exhausted mentally, physically. And this other team is just there chomping at the bits. And that's what it was with the Eagles, man. They were ready and they were willing and they were waiting. And that defense pounced all over them like I haven't seen in a few Super Bowls. It's been a while since we've seen a defense jump all over an offensive a unit like that. But that's exactly what happened. And that was the biggest outcome in this game. And it also shows us a great lesson. And it is exactly why we have been begging here that they fix the trenches with the Bears, because that was the most important part from both sides of the football. Jalen Hurts had a really good game, but you know what? There was nobody all over. Jalen Hurts had a very clean game.
He could look at that back there.
Every time he dropped back, he was able to set himself, take his reads, and drop off the pass because that offensive line was dominating. That offensive line was keeping him clean, And then on the defensive side of the ball, that defensive line was just getting after him. And so that's where you see that the Chicago Bears wholeheartedly are gonna have to. They got work to do, and they're starting. We got the combine, I believe, is at the end of this month. And then from the combine, we're going to have, I believe, free agency and then ultimately the draft. And I know that there's already been some names. We're going to get into free agency more as it starts to become a more clear picture. But right now, there's been a couple mock drafts that have already come out, and I've seen in a few mock drafts, some of them been, in my opinion, have been a little ridiculous because I don't want to hear the Alshon. Is it Alshon Juddy?
Ashton.
Ashton Janty? Yeah, I don't want to see the Ashton Janty. I don't want to see the Bears are not in a luxury position for a running back. And one of the best mock drafts I did see was on a CBS Sport the other day. And right now they had Cam Ward going from Miami to Tennessee, Abdul Carter from Penn State, who I would just absolutely love if the Bears could, if he could fall some way to where if he got into that 7th range.
We might need a gas mask video, Laramie Tunsil style, if Abdul Carter's going to drop that far.
Like, hey, this is what he did, right? Like we gotta find a way to, because if he could fall just to even like 7th, I say wholehearted the Bears trade up to get him, without a doubt. But they're looking like he's going to go. They're saying he's going to go number 2 to Cleveland. New York, they're predicting Travis Hunter, although I kind of find it hard to believe because I think New York needs a quarterback. So I find it hard to believe that they would pass up on Shedeur Sanders, but we'll see. Mason Graham to the Patriots. Wide receiver from Arizona, whose first name is very hard to pronounce, so I'm just going to call him Tet McMillan.
Tet McMillan.
And then they're sending Shedeur to the Raiders, which actually makes, because the Raiders are very desperate for a quarterback, and they would love that. They would absolutely love that if teams let Shedeur fall to them at 6. They're showing Will Campbell at 7 for the Jets. Then Jalen Walker, edge from Georgia to the Panthers. Cornerback Will Johnson from Michigan to the Saints, and then Calvin Banks from Texas, offensive tackle to the Bears. And I feel like that, however that fluctuates, I'm really hoping that the Bears will have a shot at either Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks Jr. Because that's where I really see the most help. And don't think that there can't be another quarterback that can be grabbed. Teams reach, man, all the time. Teams reach all the time. Teams reach all the time. Nobody would have ever expected J.J. McCarthy to be drafted as high as he was by the Minnesota Vikings. You know what I'm saying? Teams reach all the time. So I'm really hoping, here's my hope, is that there's another quarterback that falls into this list. Because each quarterback that's drafted is proven great for the Bears, who are a team that, for once, finally, doesn't need a quarterback. So every time a team reaches for one that picks above the Bears, that's perfect for the Bears, because that's just one more good player to fall to you that you to get to choose from. But my real hope is that, like I said, dream scenario, if Abdul Carter could possibly fall somewhere around about the 7th range and they could trade it for him, I say do that without a beat. You jump all over it. You don't even think twice. Then if Abdul is gone, I feel like your next focus should be Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks, because I don't believe that Mason Graham will be there also. I do believe that Mason Graham will be gone along with Abdul Carter. I also feel like Cam Ward will be gone. Shadua Carter is going to be gone, and Travis Carter. Those are the ones that I feel like are going to be for certain are going to be gone off the board. And then from there, it's going to be a game of musical chairs to see who falls to the Bears. But I definitely think the Bears are going to have a good shot at one of those two offensive linemen, Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks Jr.
Yeah, this draft's interesting because obviously we have a new head coach, and it seems like from what we've seen and what we've heard, unless it's complete just smoke and mirrors that they're feeding us, it seems like there's a lot of unison between the three. There's a lot of working together. And what's one thing that Ben Johnson was really good at when the Lions offense got really good was when Penei Sewell was drafted. They re-upped their offensive line. They gave Jared Goff, who went from a very okay average quarterback to a very good quarterback because he's not mobile, but they gave him a lot of time to throw. And Ben Johnson knows this. Ben Johnson knows that if he can keep Caleb Williams upright, his plays will work because he's seen it with a guy who, let's call it how it is, when raw talent meets raw talent, Caleb Williams is better than Jared Goff. That's not a hot take. Jared Goff right now is the better quarterback because he's more well-seasoned and better coaching and has been through the system. And now you have a guy like Caleb Williams, raw talent, better. Ben Johnson knows if he can keep that guy upright, he can develop him. These plays will work. He's seen it before. He's ran a top 5 offense in the NFL for 3 seasons now. I think they're going to go O-line. If I had to pick it today, I would pick O-line. But that doesn't mean that he can't get frisky with a guy like Ashton J&T, because as much as me and you don't really want to see it because we've seen how bad it is, maybe he goes, hey, I want this electric playmaker. Let's look for guys back in the draft. And I'm more playing devil's advocate here to now spark conversation. But I think right now, as much as we want O-line, I don't think it's a slam dunk as most people think because we don't know. We just don't know what Ben Johnson wants because we've never had him draft before. So we just don't know.
Yeah. And then, of course, we've got the weird little carrot out there is Myles Garrett. And I know people have kind of said the Micah Parsons, but Dallas is not going to trade Micah Parsons. I can promise you that. The one thing I know about the Cowboys are a crazy circus show. But the one thing the Cowboys are not are dumb businessmen. They don't trade Luka Doncic to the Lakers. That's not the Cowboys. Yeah, that's the Mavericks. That's not the Cowboys. They're not going to give away a stud defensive lineman that's only 25 years old.
Jerry doesn't let the money makers walk. Jerry knows who makes the money.
That's not going to happen. Now, the Myles Garrett, though, that's where it gets more intriguing because, his age is one thing, but there's also just the simple fact of that. Is there anybody else in the draft that could be just as impactful as him? Now, the real question is how much is it going to cost you? And that's where it really gets tricky, and that's the problem because the Bears have just got so many holes. I would love the Myles Garrett trade if this was next year. If Myles Garrett was actually be traded next year, and I know people say you can't go a season ahead, right? We got to go through this season. Yes, we do. But the reason why I said it is because there's just too many holes this year on both sides of the line for them to be willing to give up draft capital, even though it would be a guy that would immediately change their lineup. It would immediately offset the Bears' defensive line. Now you've got Sweat, you've got Garrett coming off the edges. Yeah, that defensive line is going to become more ferocious, but you still don't have another stud defensive tackle to pair with Dexter, which we need. You're still missing a center. You're still missing a right guard, and you're still missing a left tackle. And if you don't sign Tevin Jenkins, I'm sorry, you're still missing a center. And if you don't sign Tevin Jenkins, you're missing a left guard. So it's just too many holes in the dike for us to just try to go and say, hey, this one patch is gonna stop all leaking. And it would stop a lot of leaking. It would. Myles Garrett, man, that's a juicy steak to put on that plate, but I just think the costs have come too high, and we need those picks. And free agency is going to tell a lot about how the Bears are going to move in the draft. It really will. Yeah. But at the same time, I can't live with it right now. Not because of the fact that the offensive line has, and I'm not going to say it hasn't been addressed. It was not addressed properly. Yeah. They tried to address the offensive line, but the failures of Nate Davis, Ryan Bates, these were guys that Ryan Poles really did count on and thought were going to come in and help stabilize the line. It didn't happen. The health of Tevin Jenkins, which didn't develop, Braxton Jones regressing. So it's not like the offensive line. There hasn't been attempts, but the attempts have fallen flat on the face. And so that's why it has to get done right at this point. And so, yes, as intriguing as Miles is, unfortunately, I hope the Bears pass.
Yeah, we talked about earlier the Super Bowl ratings and how they were the biggest of all time. If there's one guy who I hope wasn't watching the Super Bowl, it was the one and only George McCaskey, and I'll tell you why. Because this was a huge Super Bowl for the defensive wins championship, folks. And just when you thought the Bears were heading in this direction of offense, you got to have a modern NFL offense. You got to have elite playmakers. You got to have a high-level quarterback, which is all true. We saw on Sunday why defense is still important. And I'm making this more as a satirical point and not so much. I hope George McCaskey didn't watch the Super Bowl. But, it's so funny how all of Chicago Bears history, it's defense, 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 and we've had no success. Now it's like we got to build this offensive superstar weapon. And then we watch on Sunday the best quarterback in the NFL get shut down by an elite defense. So, there's opportunity for the Bears to go defense in the draft, too. There's the defensive side of the ball is definitely more talented. And we don't know what Dennis Allen wants to do and how he views this defense yet. We don't know who's going to stick around. We don't know who he likes. We don't know who he doesn't like. That's kind of the catch-22 of getting rid of your head coach who was a defensive guy. And trust me, I am in no way advocating to keep Matt Eberflus. But, when you have a new defensive mind come in, does he still like Jaquan Brisker? Does he think he can recover from his injuries? Does he still like, Tremaine Edmonds, who we've talked about before, who maybe he's a little overpaid? Is he worth what he's paid, or can you cut him or trade him and save money? Does he like him? There's a lot of question marks still with this Bears roster, and it's good. It's good and it's bad because they weren't good enough to make the playoffs last year. We think it was a lot of coaching, but some roster spots didn't perform as well as they needed to. So new set of eyes on this thing. Lots to come. The combine's coming up. The draft's coming up. Free agency's coming up. Trey Smith is my number one of one option. Get him on the offensive line, but time will tell. It's exciting time in Bears land. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is that, now we get to see the build. And this is sometimes some of my most exciting part of it all, is watching the build rather than the actual finished product on the field, which can leave me pulling my no hair out. So, but yeah, we still got a lot of big stuff coming up. And I know, like I've been telling everybody, I know that this has been the end of the NFL season. Boo-hoo. We all love watching football on the weekend, but there's still tons of sports out there to be watching. I'll definitely be segueing over, checking out NBA, even though ratings are down. I can't help myself. I love sports, so I'm going to be still keeping my eye on that. And I'm going to be watching free agency and be watching the combat. I'm going to be watching to see how the Bears move as they head closer and closer to the draft. And then, like I said, this Saturday, today, we've got a big game, United States versus Canada. I'm going to be definitely checking that out. That's going to be 7 p.m. Central Time. Make sure you guys are all checking out and watching. We want to thank everybody once again for joining us this week on The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410, as it's been another Fox Valley Sports Saturday. We want to thank On the Rise, who opened us up this morning, 8 to 10, and then we came and took on over. This is your host, Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by Blake Cowell, as we are here at WRMN 1410. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports, and have a great weekend.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
This hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The last Rasmussen Reports daily presidential tracking poll before the weekend came showed that 54% of likely U.S. voters approve of President Trump's job performance. Only 44% disapprove.
The latest figures include 39% who strongly approve of the job Donald Trump is doing and 37% who strongly disapprove. This gives him a presidential approval index rating of +2. His strongest approval rating and approval index was on January 23rd at 56% and 6% respectively, and his lowest disapproval rating was on the same day at 40%. On his last day in office, Joe Biden's approval index was -23, with a total approval rating of 43%.
That is Bernie Bennett reporting. Hamas-led terrorists released 3 male Israeli hostages today, the latest phase of the ceasefire hostage release deal. They paraded those hostages before a crowd in the southern Gaza Strip before handing them over to volunteers with the Red Cross. It was part of a shaky ceasefire deal that also requires Israel to release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners in exchange. Democrat concerns about Elon Musk have prompted an audit at the Treasury Department.
The Treasury Department's Office of Inspector General says it's begun an audit of the federal government's payment system after Democrats in the Senate raised concerns about access given to Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency team. The Inspector General's office says the audit will also review the payment system's transactions over the past 2 years as they relate to Musk's claims of alleged fraudulent payments. Democrats and federal employee unions have been pushing for transparency and accountability in Doge's activities under President Donald Trump.
That is Donna Warder reporting, and the controversy continues. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454.
More proposed budget cuts at the EPA.
The new head of the EPA says he'll try to rescind $20 billion in grants for environmental projects approved under the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. Administrator Lee Zeldin says in a video posted on X that the Environmental Protection Agency will revoke contracts for a green bank that's set to fund tens of thousands of projects, including those that fight climate change. Many of those projects focus on disadvantaged communities. Republicans in Congress have called the Green Bank a slush fund. Donna Warder, Washington.
Ohio's governor has again extended that state's unofficial death penalty moratorium. Republican Mike DeWine has postponed 3 more executions scheduled for this year to a later date. The execution dates have now been moved into the summer months of 2028. You'll find breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Rwanda-backed rebels in eastern Congo have claimed that they have seized a second airport in the region following a days-long advance toward Bukavu City.
The M23 advance has been swift. The Congolese army and its allied militia withdrew without putting up much of a fight for the airport at Kavumu. The Rwandan-backed rebels are close to Bukavu City. There has been some pressure on Rwanda to pull its troops out of eastern Congo and stop the M23 advance. But President Paul Kagame says his priority is security. He says Rwanda is in danger from Hutu rebels in Congo and has dismissed any threat of sanctions. The Kinshasa government says Kigali is illegally annexing a large slice of mineral-rich territory.
This is BBC's Will Ross reporting. The UN warns that recent escalations there with government forces left some 350,000 internally displaced people without shelter. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Sheblow has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fix bayonets, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt. Every Saturday, noon to 1 on WRMN, 1410 AM, the Fox River Valley Media Network. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. The studio number here is 847-931-1410. Give us a call. Participate in the show. The text number is 505-926-1410. Or you can hit us up in the comments on the Facebook Live channel of WRMN 1410. So, how you doing, Paul?
Good. How are you?
I barely made it here this morning.
Snow?
No, my Jeep went. I guess the Jeep manual transmissions more recently for the last couple years have a glitch in them where it tells you that you're riding the clutch even if you're not riding the clutch, and then it puts you into low power mode.
Oh, wow.
And so I was on 90 there, and I started going to low power mode, and I'm like doing 30 in the right lane, and I was between, I guess, the longest distance between exits. And I finally got off all the way at Arlington Heights Road and had to double back and then putt my way back home and grab my girlfriend's minivan and get out here. So.
Well, I went in a ditch the other day, so I know your feeling. It's kind of bad.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to take that in. This will be the third time they're going to have to reset the brain box.
Wow.
Yeah, so I could get a if I wanted to, I could get one of those little electronic chip things that you put in there, and then you can reset it yourself. But that's like $300.
Yeah.
But if this is going to be annoying for like every once a month having to go into the dealer and sit around for hours while they figure out that they got to plug in the thing to reset it, it might be worth the $300.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're going to talk about the Great Lakes Navy. I don't want to say just the freshwater Navy because then you get mixed up with the brownwater Navy over in Vietnam and the river boats during the Civil War, but pretty much limited to the Great Lakes. And I know the last time we had warships, major warships and battles on the Great Lakes was the War of 1812.
That is correct.
And
when there was it was up by Mackinac Island and all of that. There's a fort up there.
Yeah, there's I'm thinking Lake Ontario. Now, like I said, when I grabbed my girlfriend's minivan there, I left my cell phone in my Jeep at the front of the house. I do a lot of research there, and I write down notes. And I would usually get in early and go to the Blue Box Cafe, which is a great place to have a sandwich, quiet, sit at a table, and do some research. So I'm kind of shy on the notes there, but I do realize that as a result of the War of 1812 and a treaty, I guess, in 1817 between the British and us, because Canada was under the British at then. There was no independent Canada, right? That neither side could have warships on the Great Lakes that would have more than 100 tons of cargo capacity, which is not a lot. You know, that's 20,000 pounds. No, wait. 2,000 pounds in a ton, 200,000 pounds. But really, that's not a lot when you consider a big major vessel, you know, so. And the other thing is it could have nothing larger than one 18-pounder gun. And again, my research is a little off there, so I don't know what the exact caliber is of that. And so you don't hear a lot about the warships after the War of 1812 until World War II rolls around. And then I don't know if we're in violation of the treaty, or the British just didn't say anything, or we just didn't care. So we had 3 warships on the Great Lakes, specifically on Lake Michigan. Right, Paul?
That's correct. What happened is right after the attack at Pearl Harbor, they knew they were going to be needing to ramp up and get carrier pilots ready. And at the time, actually during the war, the United States had 29 fleet and light carriers, but in the war we had 122 what they call escort carriers. But Commander Richard Whitehead proposed that so that the Japanese and the Germans through submarines could not attack them when they were training, he said, why don't we use the Great Lakes? And this had come right after the Depression. And Great Lakes steamers were very luxurious. They had room for like 1,500 guests, and they had 500 rooms, but they were going downhill. So what he proposed is immediately purchasing 2 of these. One of them was the first one he purchased was the C&B.
Yep.
And they converted it into the Wolverine. And what they did is they took the decks off of it and they put a flight deck on it, and it became IX-64. Those are designations given to auxiliary ships. And then 6 months later, the SS Greater Buffalo became the Sable, and that was IX-81. Now, the C&B Wolverine had a wooden flight deck of approximately 500 feet long. Now, what's really unusual is at that time, I think the Ranger was the smallest carrier, and it was 700 feet long. Now, these were unique because, as you said, they were made for interlake travel, freshwater, but they were also the only ever 2 coal-fired
steamers,
and they were paddle wheels.
Yeah, side paddles.
And that's correct. And they put a tower on them to give the pilots, practice and landing. And neither of them had hangars, and the Sable had a metal deck. They had no hangars, and what a pilot had to do was he had to do 8 takeoff and landings. And the takeoffs were primarily from Great Lakes Naval Air Station in Arlington Heights. Glenview. And they would fly, and they would take off, and they would land and take off and land and take off. They did that 8 times. And during the course of the war, 17,000 pilots were qualified through this. That was about almost a third of the naval aviators in World War II. And one of them, future President George Bush, flew off the Sable. So it's a very interesting concept. And not only was it for the pilots, it was actually for the deck crews so that they could get experience. So you had enlisted, ranks and officers getting experience, and you had the pilots getting experience. And it was a fantastic concept. And they only, I think, lost 8 pilots, and they lost about 300 planes because since they didn't have hangars, if the plane was damaged, they just pushed them off the side. And that's interesting because now there's an effort to get some of those planes, and they're actually putting them in both Midway and O'Hare have one of those planes, and then the Air Zoo in Kalamazoo and some other air museums have them. They're salvaging them, they're picking them up, and then they're restoring them, and they're putting them back on display, and they're becoming a part of history now instead of just being at the bottom of the lake. But the sad thing is the mussels that were the invasive species,
zebra mussels,
they're starting to attack the metal on the planes. So there's an effort to accelerate this. Otherwise, the planes won't be able to be restored.
Yeah, and I would like, I was going to try to figure out what the actual amount of sorties were from those 2 aircraft carriers, because I think they would have the record for the war, for the actual amount of sorties flown off of them.
They do, and it was they said between the 2 of them, they logged 135,000 landings. So I don't know how many is a landing each time considered a sortie, or would you have to? Yeah. No, so then it would be 135,000 of them.
Yeah, that is impressive. And now one of the great things that I think really won the war in the Pacific for us is and like you said, the guy in 1939, he proposed this long before Hitler invaded Poland, all right? So they knew a war was coming. They knew a war was coming in the East, too. And he proposed this training thing and taking these paddle wheels of these luxurious liners. And those were the biggest ones in the Great Lakes fleet. And so they take the tops off of them. And like you said, the Wolverine had a wooden landing thing of 500 feet, and the Sable had 550 feet. Now, you said like the Ranger was the smallest with 700 feet, and then the average one had 850 feet of runway for deck for these planes to take off on. Right. So with the Sable, they tested a lot of paint, non-skid paint, which helps the wheels get grip, helps you land and everything. And that thing, I guess, was coated, repainted several times using several different types to see which had the best grip. Because if you just went with a steel deck, that's why most decks were wooden, because they're porous and they have friction,
Give to them, yeah.
Yeah,
too.
so the planes can land and stop, or their wheels could get grip to keep them going straight. And so later on in the war, when we were building massive aircraft carriers, we were also building a thing called victory ships, which were merchant ships. And the quickest they put one of those things together was 30 hours. They put an entire victory ship together in 30 hours because there was a race between a bunch of these, what do you call it?
Builders. It was Kaiser Aluminum and then another one, and that was on the West Coast. You're right. They got them down to a little over a day.
Yeah. And so if you took the tops off of these things, right, and moved the stacks to the side a bit, right, you had a ready to go. You put a wooden thing on it, and you could fit 8 to 12 planes on there. And rather than build one massive aircraft carrier, you could have a flotilla of 10 of these, and you got 80 to 120 aircraft. And they didn't have armor on them. They didn't have a lot of anti-aircraft guns, but what you want it to be away. You want it to be far enough away to provide air support, either to a landing or something. And we saw that take effect at Leyte Gulf, where one of the things that happened was the Yamato, the biggest battleship ever made, got just over the horizon from these what they called Jeep carriers. And it started just laying in heavy artillery onto them. And one of the things was that these 18-inch guns, they would hit the side of these mini aircraft carriers and they would go right through, like completely through them, and then blow up in the water outside. So a lot of them survived. But I think we wouldn't have had a lot of those if they hadn't approved the concept in the Great Lakes with the Wolverine and the Sable.
And also those smaller carriers were vital in the defeat of the German submarine war, because those formed the basis of task forces with escort destroyers, and they were able to, their hunt and killer groups. And that's actually how we were able to capture the U-505 out near Bermuda, and then it was through a hunter-killer task force. And then when they surfaced, they tried to scuttle it, and they failed, and then they towed it in to, I believe, initially Bermuda, and then they that's when we got one of the Enigma machines. So that concept proved very vital to that war effort.
Yeah, now we have and it used to be like the cruisers and battleships would have a couple of float planes with the catapults that will launch them off, but that's only a couple, maybe 2 or 4, and then
they would mostly have 2 planes each.
You can only fly so long, and well, the float planes could fly a little longer. They're not designed really for combat. But then you take a Jeep carrier like that's got 8 to 12 planes, and you could fly 8 different sorties in 8 different directions, most points of compass. You could fly out and you could carry armament on there, and you carry arms on there like bombs or depth charges. And you could be on in the crow's nest of the tallest battleship out there that's escorting a convoy, and you're only going to see to the horizon, and you're only going to have eyes to see a periscope so much. But when you're up higher, you can see the outlines of those submarines from up on top a lot easier, and then radio in their locations.
That's true.
So it's a good.
To that point, though, a lot of people don't know this, that a lot of ships were built in the Midwest, and particularly in Chicago, in the Chicago area, using that concept, because the ship my father was on were LSTs, and they were built in compartments. They prefabbed them, and then they welded them together, and then they were like a big jigsaw puzzle. It was, again, places like Kaiser Aluminum and things like that. That was pretty vital to both the Liberty ships and the LSTs, and I think they made some escort destroyers nearby, actually in Chicago, I believe, because I've seen pictures of them, launching them from into the Chicago River to go down the Mississippi. So that proved to be a very vital concept in strengthening the war effort, both for us and for our allies, because we made those ships for our allies too.
Yeah. And we're talking about warships in the Great Lakes with guns on them. You had the USS Wilmette, which was I had the name in the top of my head, but it has a very sad story. One, it suffered a mutiny. So it was, like you said, it was a luxury liner, and they were taking a group of well-to-do people from Cicero all the way over to I guess Michigan City, and the captain apparently didn't feed the crew the proper dinner and lunch. They didn't get their ration of potatoes. And I'm like, wow, right? And they mutinied. So if something like not getting your potatoes, right, would cause you to mutiny, I can only imagine how poorly they treated these guys. And this was in like 1913. So that was one thing. Of course, they locked him up, and I didn't do any further research to see what happened to him. But they relieved the captain. It's like finally someone said, you got to be a pretty
potatoes.
Yeah, you got to be a pretty bad captain if you got this luxury liner where you're feeding all these people, and the people that are paying good price to go out there, they're not going to put up with, potato soup without anything. So you got all this food there, and why are you treating the guys that are shoveling the coal into the engines, like that? Unless you're just a
Captain Bly.
Captain Bly. I want to say Captain Queeg, but Captain Bly type. Saving the water for the breadfruit. And so then the next thing happened that actually was the second most deadly civilian liner catastrophe, other than the Titanic, because the ship that became the Wilmette had not capsized, but it had listed to its side in the Chicago River.
The Eastland.
That's it. The Eastland listed its side, and 800 people were lost. Oh, great.
All right. Hello, caller. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, Larry.
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
All right.
Mike, it's interesting. You're talking about ocean disasters, and I'm going on a cruise tomorrow.
Well, stay safe, and stay near an exit in case you start listing.
Yeah. What happened with the Eastland was they had like a chronometer, and what happened is no one's ever going to know exactly what happened, but everybody got on board the ship and kind of went to the north side of the ship to watch the other boats. There were like 4 or 5 boats about to go to Indiana, for Michigan City, Indiana, for an outing, and just to see what's going on. And the boat tipped over. And what happened, ironically, was the Titanic rule affected them, because then they had too many lifeboats. People don't know that. So they had way too many lifeboats, and the weight of the lifeboats also caused it to tip over.
Yeah, and they were but they were also in the Chicago River when this happened.
That's right. They were like, if you know where the Chicago Mercantile Exchange is, and then where the old traffic court is, directly across of that. And there's often been a rumor that George Hallis was on that ship. No, he wasn't. He was going to be going that day, but when no one saw him, but whatever, they thought he was killed, and no, he wasn't. And there was also a story that Jack Benny was also on that. Well, what he did was, after the Eastland was recovered, and salvaged, it became the USS Wilmette.
Yes.
And it was sunk after World War I. No, I'm sorry. The USS Wilmette sunk the German sub that had been touring. So there's a German sub in Lake Michigan.
Really?
Yes, there is. There's a World War I German sub in Lake Michigan.
Yeah, it was gunnery practice at
that's correct.
Army Reserve Station up there, Sheridan.
Right. I've read stories. Well, not exactly that they weren't sinking it, so they kind of opened up the hatches. So here, let's make it go quicker. We don't know. Probably a combination of both. But Jack Benny served in the Navy during World War I, and then somehow he may have been on the Wilmette when it was training ship, but then they made it out to be the Eastland. And guess who was the lawyer who defended the owners of the Eastland from really getting hit with punitive damages? You know who it was?
Clarence Darrow.
That's right. Very good. Clarence Darrow. He's often seen as the working man lawyer, but he wasn't exactly working man for trying to save. I think the worst is the captain of the ship got in a little trouble, but for the most part, that was it. About 900 people were killed. Okay?
So they were all from a Western Electric. It was a company picnic.
Oh, brutal.
And what's really sad was there was all the young ladies that were secretaries. There was like a fashion, like a beauty pageant. And they were going to go there, and that was like the big thing. That's why they had so many young people on there to go to this beauty pageant. And something happened. A boat went by, or somebody jumped in the water, and everybody went the side, and that's when it caused it to be unstable.
Right, and with, like I said, with the addition of all the lifeboats, too, that didn't help the situation. And the ship's design was faulty. There had been other problems with the ship. So basically, you had a comedy of errors. And also...
We're going on break now, Larry. So we're going to, call back after the break, or we keep you on hold.
All right, whatever you want to do.
All right, thank you. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, dot, November, Echo, Tango.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display. At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support. Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Join
join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel. Fix Bayonets, comrades, and we're back for the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show. Me and Paul have with us the premier expert on the Titanic. And as he was the expert on the Titanic, he also knows about the Eastland, which was of course second only to the Titanic. So would only stand to believe. But Larry's a military expert, and especially when it comes to naval disasters. So, Larry.
Yeah.
So,
most people don't know this, but more passengers were killed on the Eastland than the Titanic. Now, when Titanic lost about 1,500 people, that was crew and passengers. The Eastland was was mostly all passengers.
Yeah, there were only 5 crew lost on the Eastland, I believe.
Right. And also, if people want to do something real interesting, I don't recommend it today, but at Bohemian National Cemetery, located in Chicago on the north side by Pulaski and Bryn Mawr, right next to Northeastern, is a large section of graves of the Eastland disaster.
Oh, okay.
Also buried not too far away is was the mayor of Chicago, Cermak, who was killed February 15th, 1933 by Giuseppe Zangara in Miami.
Yeah, and getting on a tangent there, many believe that Giuseppe there was trying to kill Roosevelt.
That's true.
But in my belief, he definitely hit his target. It was Cermak, because the mob was just getting creamed by Cermak. They're just
true too. But I mean, everybody's dead who was associated with that. But the one thing, when you read the newspaper stories, what happened was the woman next to Zangara took her purse and was hitting him when he was firing the weapon, which is why he missed allegedly. Because I think I read her obituary. She died like in 1961, and her claim to fame was she saved Roosevelt's life. So I don't know what that means. That came up because when Roosevelt was killed, when Cermak was killed, the Century of Progress was about to start. Okay? And the mob wanted the concessions. There's a movie, Untouchables, called The Unknown Assassin. That case. Pardon me?
It's called The Gun for Zangara.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. It came out like 2 episodes of it. I actually have it. You're right.
I think it was like 61 or something like that, or 62. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They made 2 untouchable movies, sort of, with Robert Stack. One was that one you just described. I've seen The Unknown Assassin, Gun of Zangara, and the one with the train where the story was they were trying to get Al Capone off the train. You get that in the Untouchable series. I don't know what to make of all that, but it's real interesting walking around, because I'm a cemetery walker, as you know. It's good exercise, and it's free, believe it or not. My wife thinks I'm crazy, but I go to cemeteries. I'm a cemetery geek, and it's interesting walking around, seeing the graves of the plot there at Bohemian National Cemetery. So, it's a fun place to go. But actually, people.
Larry, do you ever watch the Faces of the Forgotten YouTube channel?
No, I haven't.
Okay, there's a guy that goes around. He's moved now. He actually flew a Avenger recently that crashed in Arizona, but I believe he's an architect. He's got a YouTube channel, and he covers a lot of the history. Actually, Marla and I met him when he was doing a live download, but he's really good. And then one of the police officers that got killed, the 2 together, I can't think of the name right now. I told him about his grave being in disrepair, and he went over there and checked it out at Holy Sepulchre. So it's called Faces of the Forgotten.
Oh, there we go.
I have to remember
right.
that.
That is. That's exactly the thing.
But you were talking about worst ship disasters. The worst ship disaster happened January 30th of 1945, where I think there was the Soviet sub U-21 sunk the Wilhelm Gustloff, and 9,400 people were killed. They were mostly, this was a German passenger ship, was in dock, and it was trying to get the refugees out of the Baltic countries, escaped the Russians, and was sunk. And a guy who claims he survived it is the actor Eric Braeden. You remember him?
Nope.
Rat Patrol. Rat Patrol.
Yeah, the Rat Patrol. He was in Escape from Planet of the Apes. He was in Titanic.
He was in that movie we talked about last week, the Forbin Project, too. He's the main protagonist in that.
That's right. He claims he's a survivor. Could be. I don't know. Everyone, it's like when I used to read Titanic survivors. All these survivors said they were survivors, and just who knows, okay? But anyways, you guys do a great job. Mike, if you want to plug our thing we're going to be doing March 15th, I appreciate that. And thanks, guys. You guys mean a lot to us veterans, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Take care, Larry.
Okay, Larry's also a member of Post 104, American Legion out of Schiller Park, Illinois. And what he's talking
Proud member.
Yeah, talking about is that on the 15th of March at the Post 104 American Legion Schiller Park Community Center at 4501 on 25th Avenue in Schiller Park at 5 o'clock. Doors are going to be opening at 5 o'clock, and the movie's going to start at 6. We're going to be showing The Flying Deuces with Laurel and Hardy. So it's a great movie. This will be the first time I've seen it on the big screen. I mean, I saw it on a 13-inch black and white television when I was a kid, but it's a fantastic movie, and we're doing it as a fundraiser for our post. So it's $10 to get in the door. We're going to be selling some snacks and some drinks. You know, bring a lawn chair if you want to be more comfortable, and watch the movie and have a good time. It's age appropriate for almost everyone.
Right. That movie was with also Charles Middleton, who played Ming the Merciless in the Flash Gordon series, and also James Finlayson.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I don't know his name right. Pardon me?
Finlayson?
Yeah, he's in the movie. He was in a lot of the protagonists. You know, Laurel Hardy movies. You always had some guy.
Well, they worked in crews. They had crews that did all the same movies, like Humphrey Bogart, Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre, and even a lot with what's the guy? King John or Prince John.
Alan Hale.
No, not Alan Hale. Alan Hale was Little John. I'm talking Prince John in Errol Flynn's Robin Hood. Why can't I remember his name? Claude Rains. Claude Rains. So
Claude Rains. Okay.
See, all these guys are like
Peavy was in. Yeah,
they're in the same crew all the time. You see them all making the same. John Wayne had a crew of guys. You always see them at the same time.
Oh yeah, like Ward Bond. Yeah, I mean, Frank Sinatra too. If you were a friend of Frank, you kept working in films.
Yeah, and then Clint Eastwood. You look at all of his movies as all the same actors playing different characters.
Jack Nicholson did the same thing. You saw The Last Detail, the bartender in Last Detail. He was the bartender in his other movies.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys, I'm going to get off the phone. Thanks for your great work, and talk to you later.
Bye, Larry.
Getting back to the Eastland.
Guys, see you, Paul and Mike. The best. Bye-bye.
Eastland, there, I guess because it had such a bad reputation and everything, what with the mutiny and then the semi-capsizing, I bet you the U.S. government got it cheap.
Oh, I'm sure.
And like you said, luxury liners were coming out of the Depression, and people didn't have a lot of money, and they weren't going to spend it on taking a boat ride and everything. So those things were just collecting dust. It would cost more to take them out in the lake than you can make on passage. So the government gets the Eastland, and they put 2 4-inch cannons on them for gunnery practice. But that is in violation of the treaty we had with the British, because that's bigger than an 18-pounder, and that warship with the 2 guns on it definitely had a higher tonnage than just 100 tons. So I'm sure the British just either waived that or ignored it or didn't see it what is happening. But So they did a lot of gunnery practice for deck guns, and specifically getting back to what do you call it, the Liberty ships. I was calling Victory ships, I'm sorry. But the Liberty ships had, they put deck guns on those, to protect them from submarines and maybe some aircraft. But a lot of times the submarines, rather than wasting torpedoes, knew that they could use the 88 millimeter, anti-aircraft guns on deck guns, and they could sink that ship from 5 miles away and be outside of the range. So why waste if there's no destroyer around, cruiser or aircraft in the air, you just sit there and gun at them. But then you put the merchant marine on and give them guns, and they could fire back. That's another interesting thing, is that I don't know if it was a war legend or whatever, but they would bring tanks up onto the decks of these ships with their guns ready to go in case they saw a submarine or something. Then they would use the anti-tank gun on the tank to fire back at the submarine. I think that's a lot of legend, because I don't think you have a gunner on the merchant marine that's trained to use an anti-tank gun inside a tank turret. What do you think, Paul?
I don't know. Maybe on a LST, but I don't think maybe on on another merchant ship.
Yeah, the complications just go through my head, like just the gunnery trajectories and making the solution for the fire the round to get anywhere near that target at like 5 or 10 miles away. It's got to be more luck than anything else. It's like one of the
other thing is they might have to shoot to below their
water line.
Yeah, and so that might be quite difficult. They might have to do it from the side or something like that.
Yeah, but that what was it? I was just watching a thing on YouTube. I know we're getting off on a tangent here because we did start on the Great Lakes carriers, but I think we're making it. There's a path to this, because we talked about the Jeep carriers, and we talked about the Jeep carriers of Taffy 3 at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, where the Yamato came up there, right?
Right.
And you had these smaller craft, destroyers, destroyer escorts, and frigates, which were about the only things protecting this flotilla of Jeep carriers. And they were they weren't firing at the main armor, the big target of the ships. They started firing at the superstructures. So everything above the deck, just to try to cause as much damage and take out their gunnery their sighters and their radio and their control of their, and they took a waxing, they took a spanking, but they did enough damage that they turned the Japanese around, and I think they actually sunk 2 cruisers.
Wow.
Yeah, so the Matt, the producer here, pulled up a picture of Glenview, and like I said, I'm from that age now where I'm comfortable because I know how to use a rotary dial phone, and I could read cursive, and I could read an analog clock, and if I could find the payphone, I know how to use it, right? And so I remember when Glenview Naval Air Station was open, and it was an active duty base. It was active duty Glenview Naval Air Station. And a couple times I flew out of there on space available, C-130s and a couple, which the 4-engine turboprop, and a couple times we flew out on missions on 141s, which is the jet aircraft that was replaced by the C-17. So they used to when they had the air and water show, all of the Navy and Air Force's planes would land at Glenview, and that's where they would fly out of. Now they're up at, I think they use the Air National Guard base in Milwaukee.
Glenview's interesting because it was in 1923, the United States Navy Reserve through Great Lakes had a seaplane base. And then in 1929, Curtis Reynolds, Curtis, the aircraft manufacturer, they wanted to build an airport and a flying club. So they built the Glenview Airport. And right after it opened, it was like 9 days after it opened, the stock market crash hit. Okay. And the private pilot stuff started to wane a little bit. And in 1930s, they had two major air shows. They had the National Air Races in 1930, and they had the Internationals in 1933, which were sponsored by the American Legion and the Girls Flying Club. And in 1936, Curtis Reynolds Airport leased it to the Navy. And in 1940, Rear Admiral John Downs, Commandant of the 9th Naval District, moved into the area, and the Navy purchased it in 1940 for $530,000. And then with the outbreak of World War II, they formed it as a training center for Navy pilots. And they had at that time, a $12.5 million construction, and they purchased an additional almost 570 acres. So that's when Glenview became what it is. Now, it's sad. I thanks for putting up that picture. There's the only remnant besides that tower and a few things is it's a Navy Stearman is in the center of the Van Mauer department store. In fact, I went there 2 weeks ago to see it, and it's a beautiful thing, but it's really sad because that was an important area. And, that's all that's left of it is that tower and the airplane inside the store. And, it makes you really sad because Illinois was a real important aspect in the war. And in fact, even after World War II, I mean, it was an area for Navy pilots. And, I think Mayor Burns' husband got killed there and in a training accident in the early 1960s. And then it was used in 1962 for the blockade of Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And then it was a returning point into the United States in 1973 for the prisoners of war from Vietnam. And it was used in Desert Storm in 1991. And then, the government decided to downsize and they sold it in 93. I mean, it's really sad. It's such an important part of American history,
It was the Base Realignment and Closing Act, the BRAC. And Illinois took a huge spanking in that. And you could thank the politicians. Not that I don't want to make this political, but we lost O'Hare Military, which was a big Air Force Reserve base, and they were flying refueling missions over to Europe and everywhere else out of there. So O'Hare is the major airfield, the major hub that if we go to a war or something, that troops can move out of there. It's got access through the highway. It's got the airfields that can handle the big aircraft and everything. We could just move them out quickly. Now we got to go down to Scott Air Force Base. Well, okay, we kept Scott Air Force Base. They didn't build it up anymore. It's just Scott Air Force Base. They closed Chenot Air Force Base, which was really training place. I mean, they had an airfield there, but it wasn't being used. But then they also closed, let me see, they closed the north part of Fort Sheridan and left half of it as a reserve post. They closed Glenview and left us with Great Lakes, which they say they expanded. They did expand a little bit because they closed down San Diego as a training base for the Navy. Now every Navy recruit goes through boot camp only at Great Lakes. All right, so yay, a little bit, but they really took away from us a lot more than they said. I mean, you got Virginia just littered with military bases, just everywhere. You can't blink without finding a military base. Yay, Virginia. You know, Texas closed down some, but Texas has a lot. But I think our great politicians in Illinois were happy to give that stuff away, especially O'Hare Military, where they quickly converted it to rental car spots. Yeah, like, yay.
That's important, you know?
That's important.
That's where government importance is, you know?
That's important. No, so yeah, there was a lot of history out there for the Navy in Glenview, a lot of history of the Great Lakes. Now,
well, Midway, Air National Guard. I mean, I went to get your medal down in Kankakee. It's now moved to Kankakee, you know? Yeah. I mean, you know, really great, you know?
That was interesting, the medal, the Abraham Lincoln Medal of Freedom. When I finally did go down and get it, where I had to go all the way down to Springfield, they threw a broken box at me. Literally, this warrant officer, I was a warrant officer, and she literally threw a broken box, plastic box with the medal in it at me. Because, wow. You know, I says, listen, here's my orders, you know, give me the medal. You know, and I was like, man, that's really rude of you.
Yeah.
But I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, you know, but then we had the big thing, and I got to give a few props here to the Illinois National Guard. I think one of their greatest training bases is Marseilles. That is an underrated place. The ranges are underrated. The money that was put into there was well used. Also, when they rebuilt the military academy at Camp Douglas in Springfield, that military academy, the buildings that they used for those National Guard military academies, those are fantastic. That was a great use of money. I don't know how exactly how much they spent, how much they went over budget, but at least those buildings are being used well. All right, so we got about 3 more minutes, you know. So, Paul, what should we talk about next week?
I don't know. Anything you feel that do you have an interest in anything?
Oh, lots of stuff. I got to kind of pare down my interest because otherwise I can't focus. I'm like, I've got the attention. I don't have a very long attention span, but I want to focus my things, especially like on this radio show. But for those of you that like the radio show and you don't want to wait till next week to catch another radio show, you can catch most of our radio shows. I think I did one pre-recorded radio show on how to publish a book on Amazon, but you could see our shows at cgr.silink.net, and it'll give you a link to the Chief Guard of the Republic YouTube channel, which we have up there, and I upload all of our shows onto that. I do take out the commercials and everything. So you could watch it straight through, and it's free. It's on YouTube. There's no charge to watch any of this. It's premium content. Right, Paul?
Right.
Yeah. I think we should start doing a once-a-week blog, vlog, sure. Vlog. We could do it. Yeah. We could do it through Zoom, set it up, and if we need to, if the weather goes bad and everything, we could always send Matt here, our producer, a pre-recorded show to throw on.
Now, how do you find it again on it's CGR Silink?
CGR.PSYLINK.net.
CGR.
Maybe we could do a show about the different military museums in the driving distance from Chicago. You want to do that?
That'd be great. Yeah.
Let's do one and a little bit about what each one has. And then, let's limit it to Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Illinois. How about that?
Yeah, that'd be great. We do some research on that.
Yeah, let's do that. Because, it's important that people know, about things and history. And some people are interested in flying, Navy, Army. Let's do something on that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I could research that. I could put up a link to all the museums on our webpage.
Sounds good.
CGR.silink.net. And I'm going to upgrade that webpage to make the links a little better, especially to my link, just plain old silink.net, where you get all my novels. All right. Goodbye.
Take care, man. Have a good week.
Thank you very much.
Mike.
See you next week. Bye, Paul.
Good luck with the Jeep.
I will. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at silink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. President Trump's tough immigration policies have contributed to a big decline in illegal border crossings.
During the first 18 days of President Trump's second term, federal agents arrested nearly 11,000 illegal immigrants. That surpassed the total number of apprehensions under former President Joe Biden. Additionally, the Trump administration successfully pressured Mexico to deploy 10,000 soldiers to the U.S.-Mexican border. That was following a threat to impose a 25% tariff. Ken Lorman reporting.
Former Senator Jim Talent says it should come as no surprise that some controversies